Okay, so what am I playing now? Mega video, as you could probably tell from the time of the video, this one is a little bit different. I hope to be doing, what am I playing type videos somewhat regularly, but I may not be able to do these like more frequently than say like once a month. Sometimes they might be like after once a month. They're not necessarily structured yet. I don't necessarily know that I can be structured about this, but I definitely think there's some interest in seeing what I'm on now. But I certainly hope that the videos that show the evolution of my decks give a lot of insight. And it wouldn't be the first time if I basically almost entirely like reverted to a previous deck on different occasions. So like more than anything, I hope that my videos help understand my thought process, just both in the gameplay and in the deck building. And in particular, if you can see my my evolution of how the deck evolves over time. What leads me to believe, what leads me to prefer certain cards over others. What makes me think this card has got a future, this one maybe not. Anyway, let's get to the video already. And full disclosure for those of you who already know, I already had a what am I playing now mega video planned. It took a long time to do the bait stamp. I mean, not the sorry. It took us a long time to do the timestamps. And basically I thought I was just going to do it on a whim, but apparently this is not the type of video you just do on a whim. But that being said, now I feel kind of priced into having to do a video like this. But enough time passed that my decks all basically changed for the most part, except for the green deck. But basically all my decks pretty much changed sufficiently that I'm basically redoing it. Now, if you want to see the old one, I think I'm going to keep that, at least for now, in my, I don't know if it's going to stay there forever, but I think it's going to stay in my shout-out videos playlist. It's unlisted, but you can actually access it through the playlist for the for the shout-out weekly videos. I might retitle it like if you go right now, well, I don't know, depending on when you check on it, it might just say like what am I playing now or something. But I might change the title to saying something like bonus content or like outtake video or something like that. I don't know. I haven't still decided on it, but you can access that. But I was thinking to publish that and then publish like this one right afterwards. But yeah, it just since basically all my decks changed. Like at first, just my black deck changed, but then my blue and red deck changed, and then I did an update video where I was going to basically add like the red, blue, and black changes to the previous video. But now like that basically everything's changed because now my white decks have changed too, that I just feel like I'll just do another video. So I hope you I hope you enjoy it. The the shout out video that's going to come right after this, because actually I have two kind of sort of deck tech videos that are going to be right next to each other. I got this one, and then another one's going to come right after this one. And just so there's no confusion, the deck tech video that's going to come right after this one, that one's going to talk about that mega video. Originally I was thinking to like add this to that one, but yeah, like I said, I think to avoid confusion, and also because that video just ended up being incredibly long in its own right, not even counting adding this on top of it, I think so like that's what I'm referring to. The video that you can see in the playlist for the one of my at least as of right now, depending on when you see this, it might not still be there, but it probably will be. The yeah, what am I mean the weekly shout out video playlist in my playlists. Yeah, so let's get to the deck tech. And by the way, I'm only going to go over the white and the green deck on this one, and then once I conclude this one, the next video is going to start right after that, and then it's going to go over the red, blue, and black decks. Yeah, so let's start off with Mono White, and this list is mostly the same as the one from the previous video, or the one you can see, or the one the one that the scrapped what am I playing now mega video. It's basically the same as that, but it does like the idea here is that I want to try Esper Sentinel again. And actually, the reason why is more so because of the Urza Saga variant, the non-budget variant. I actually think that when you throw Lurrus-Saga into the mix, Esper Sentinel becomes a lot more appealing, because then it's not just a 1/1 that can easily be ignored, it's a 1/1 that's taxing them and also boosting your Urza tokens. But that did get me to think, because even when I was playing the budget version, even with like the sideboard hate that we have in our sideboard, it still just didn't feel like enough against blue-white control. And, you know, it just felt like the only card that I think is going to annoy blue-white control enough, or any control deck for that matter, that might actually, you know, tilt the scales a little bit in our favor, might be Esper Sentinel. I think other cards in the 1-drop slot just don't do it, even if they hit harder. They just they can just remove it too easily. But Esper Sentinel at least either slows them down or draws us cards. Like if they want to even Supreme Verdict, they have to pay. I have to either pay 5 or let us draw a card. Both of those will, in theory at least, go a long way to helping us out. So yeah, so Esper Sentinel's back in the mix. It's definitely better in the Lurrus-Saga non-budget variant, but even in the regular variant, it helps out a lot against control. This could definitely end up getting cut for something like Squadron Hawk in the in the budget version. But then again, you know, it can also get rebought with the Unlisted Squire. Like the Unlisted Squire can fetch it from our graveyard and then maybe continue the taxing. So, you know, it's possible it still might have a place. I mean, it's still probably the one of the most powerful white 1-drops you could play. Arguably, it's stronger than Thraben Inspector, but I like Thraben Inspector a little more because it's a very underrated, just very solid 1-mana, you know, creature that is just a 1/2 body and then draws a card with the clue token. So anyway, yeah, basically the idea of this deck, for those who aren't familiar, is that, I mean, we're playing like dinky white weenies and we're trying to like chip in there with damage. But what do we do when we face decks that either can like deal with a whole bunch of low toughness creatures, you know, cough, burn, cough, or any deck playing like lots of burn spells, even if it's not burn per se? You know, well, the answer to that is Core Firewalker in the main. And I know that might sound incredibly cheesy and bad and weird, but actually this seems to plug that fundamental hole that White Weenie actually has always had for me when I've tried playing White Weenie decks in the past in all different formats, is they usually get run over by red. But with Core Firewalker, I'm finding that that's not the case. This card is powerful enough, especially in the main where they're not prepared for it, that I think we really can pretty easily flip one of our worst matchups to one of our best matchups. And red is so ubiquitous in the format now with Ragavan and Dragon Rage Channeler that I don't think there's ever been a better time to main deck Core Firewalker. It's cheesy, but sometimes you got to be cheesy to get the wins. And yeah, Cathar Commando here is another little gem that I found in the new Innistrad Midnight Haunt, because you know, this is like actually a lot like a Kasali Pride Mage, but in some ways it's actually better because it has Flash. You know, it doesn't have Exalted, and it also only has 1 toughness, but this Flash is really key, especially against control. Sometimes you can sneak this in, sometimes you can play this in a turn and test the waters. Like, you know, if it just was 2 mana for a 3/1 Flash, it probably wouldn't be good enough. If it just had the sacrifice ability to destroy an artifact or enchantment, it probably wouldn't be good enough. The fact that it has both, though, is really huge, especially since that means that we don't necessarily have to worry about having artifact and enchantment hate in the sideboard, because this is a very strong artifact and enchantment hate card. I mean, can you imagine like if this was just like a disenchant with a creature body, and you know, just 1 more mana, it is a world of difference, but it's also not as much of a difference as you might think. At the end of the day, it just enables us to deal with artifacts and enchantments. Also, it's our hardest hitting body. Also, it has Flash. It's the only creature in a deck that has Flash. Like, this card actually does a surprising lot for the deck. You know, don't immediately dismiss this because it looks like a draft card, and it is a draft card. But it's also, I mean, it's one of the best draft cards ever. It's good enough that I think it can even play in the Constructed League. At least I do. And it's you know, it's definitely done its part for me. And then yeah, Mistress Bauble and Soul Guide Lantern. Well, Mistress Bauble is just excellent with Lurrus, but also with Leon and Squire. before I get to Leona Square, though, I mean, Soul Guide Lantern is a pretty good card. That's both a recurring, graveyard hate engine together with Lurrus, but also just, it doesn't hit our graveyard, so it doesn't necessarily, it's not a non-build with Lurrus either. But also, like, it also is just a great way to have another artifact cantrip to make sure that our Lurrus always has, like, some type of engine to keep drawing cards if it lives. And since we're playing so many of these, I just realized that Leona Squire is almost kind of like the Silvergill Adept of this deck. I know this card looks so cheesy and so, like, not good, but it's actually, like I said, it's almost like a Silvergill Adept. It's obviously way better most of the time if you got a Mistress Bauble in your graveyard than a Soul Guide Lantern, but still, either way, you're playing 2 mana and you're basically going up a card for a 2/2. It's better than it looks, and it just kind of fits the theme of this deck, where we're just kind of holding the ground, so to speak, with these dinky little creatures. If they are playing like a deck that burns all our creatures away, which is kind of the problem number 1 for this deck, we've got Core Firewalker to help. The other problem is, what if they start playing bigger creatures that stonewall our creatures? Well, first of all, we have Path to Exile and Winds of Abandon to clear a few big creatures away if they present a few, and hopefully they don't have too many, and we can continue our barrage of little creature swinging through. But in a lot of situations, they will obviously have multiple big creatures. That's where like this deck can honestly struggle a little bit in game 1, is if they produce like a lot of fairly large creatures in game 1, so they kind of like exhaust our path and our wins. But a lot of times the game does end up getting to the point where we're trying to stall long enough to where we can basically wins for 6, and you'd be surprised where that comes up more than you might think. In fact, that's actually kind of one of the key focuses of this deck, is actually kind of stalling until we can Winds of Abandon, and hopefully not losing all of our creatures, so we can start like a good counter attack going, turn 6 and forward, or at least as soon as we hit our 6th untapped land. But yeah, so this is a great way to clear the board, get all our little dinky creatures through, no matter how little they are, no matter how big their creatures were. This will basically clear anything and everything. It's one-sided, doesn't target, so there's almost nothing that basically this won't clear away, because it also exiles. So yeah, it's pretty good stuff. But like I said, this deck can struggle a little bit with decks that play a lot of fairly large creatures fairly early. That's where like the sideboard Settler Wreckages really come into play, because yeah, it's kind of like a Wrath of God, but it's like kind of like a Wrath of God in this deck, but it's a Wrath of God that doesn't involve us having to lose our creatures, so we can again start a counter strike ourselves. It's obviously better if they don't know about it, but it's still fairly serviceable even if they do, because sometimes like them playing around it still slows the game down enough where we can still Winds of Abandon on 6. It being an instant is also sometimes better against some decks like Living End and Rhinos, where a lot of times they have the ability to dump this swarm of creatures onto the battlefield at the end of our turn. If that was like a Wrath of God, it just wouldn't do it. But instead of the Wreckage sometimes doesn't do it because they either have like a counter spell or they have Grief or something to take it out of our hand. But they don't always do that, and when they don't, this can definitely succeed where Wrath of God wouldn't necessarily. Plus it exiles, which is very relevant against like Temur Living End, for example. And Drannith Magistrate is basically kind of a concession to Cascade. This is kind of a nice card to have. I didn't. One of the shortcomings to this deck, I thought, with the budget version, was going to be that I wanted to play Chalice, but I couldn't, because Chalice is kind of prohibitively expensive right now, and for good reason, because Cascade is freaking everywhere, and Chalice is one of the best answers to that. But actually, definitely thanks to let me see. Yeah, thanks to Marceline, YouTube commenter, Marceline. I think it was YouTube commenter. Either that or it was a Twitter commenter. But yeah, thanks Marceline for suggesting Drannith Magistrate because the problem is there's an abundance of answers White has that start at 3, and that's a no-no both because Lurrus conflicts with it and because it's kind of too late anyway by then. A lot of times you want an answer that starts at 2 because Cascade spells start at 3, and just and again, so you don't have to lose access to Lurrus. So thanks Marceline for letting me know about Drannith Magistrate, because this enables us to play a fairly powerful Cascade hate spell without having to resort to Chalice. And honestly, I don't think this deck wants to play Chalice anyway, even in the non-budget version. So also thanks for just finding a better card overall, I think, for this deck. The issue with playing Chalice in this deck is that if you play it on 0 for Cascade, it sets off our Mistress Baubles. I mean, we could side the Mistress Baubles out, but that makes Leona Squire and Lurrus significantly worse. And if we play it on 1, we literally shut off like almost half our deck. We shut off 16 cards, and we can probably side some of them out, but like this is not the deck where Chalice is very easy to accommodate. This is a deck where Chalice on 1 hoses more so than a deck that we can necessarily accommodate Chalice, but it is, you know, anyway, so Dragoneth Magistrate, it's plus also this has some side benefit against decks like Dredge or other things that play some stuff out of the graveyard. It's primarily obviously against Cascade, but there will be situations where this is good against Lurrus because it prevents Lurrus from being able to buy stuff back from the graveyard. Like there will be, and Snapcaster Mage too, so there will be times where Dragoneth Magistrate will come in, even if it's not against Cascade. You know, so anyway, just something to think about. Sorcerous Spyglasses are basically a concession to Planeswalkers who don't really have like a good answer, and our creatures are so weak that a lot of times they can't really punch through and take a Planeswalker out in one fell swoop after they drop, and that can be kind of good game if they accrue too much advantage from that point on. So yeah, Sorcerous Spyglass is kind of our concession, and I know it might seem weird not to be playing Pithing Needle when Leonin Squire can recur it if it gets destroyed, but a couple of things about that. First of all, Pithing Needle is not so much getting destroyed these days as much as getting exiled, because the premier kind of permanent removal spell that's flexible and can deal with almost anything is now Prismatic Ending. So a lot of times Pithing Needle is getting Prismatic Endinged and exiled, which means Leonin Squire can't get it back. Sure, sometimes Kolaghan's Command is in the picture or something, but most of the stuff that destroys as opposed to exile is instant speed anyway. So a lot of times we're kind of in trouble if that happens anyway, if they instant speed deal with it at end of turn and then play it on their turn. Like even if we can rebuy Pithing Needle, sometimes it might be kind of too late by then. Maybe not. Sometimes that could certainly be a circumstance where Pithing Needle is better. But hear me out. The main reason why this is in here instead of Pithing Needle is simply because this, since it costs 2 mana, it doesn't get shut off by Chalice on 1. And I realize this because one of the main reasons we're playing this is because our blue-white control matchup definitely needs help. But when they, but blue-white can almost all variants of blue-white control, or almost any control I think for that matter, is basically playing Chalice to play on 1 in the main deck, and that means that Pithing Needle just gets incidentally hated out by their hate. I don't like that. I don't want my hate to get hated out by their hate. So yeah, Sorcerous Spyglass is just, I don't know, just plays around Chalice a little better. Yeah, they can still play Chalice on 2, but that usually is later in the game. It's harder for them to do. Chalice on 1's pretty free, and it comes online on turn 2, so yeah. And plus I like the way this can see their hand, which can be important because sometimes you got to make a decision whether to name like Little Teferi or Big Teferi or you know, or Jace the Mind Sculptor or other things. And this is a card you can kind of slam out in the early game a little more freely without worrying as much about which Planeswalker they have. You can kind of see. Of course, you got to make a guessing game if they don't have any Planeswalker in their hand, but a lot of times they will, and you don't have to do the guessing game. You can just name whatever Planeswalker is in their hand. So anyway, I like it. I think this card is I think it's worth going up to 2 mana in this version. Shadow Spear is, you know, it's kind of necessary. This card would be main deckable if it just wasn't for the fact that not every deck necessarily cares about racing that much, and just boosting 1 power against like control and some decks where it's, you know, where they're not necessarily racing you per se. It's just not quite good enough. But against decks like humans or any deck basically really where it's a race, and they're so another thing to it, this is not the best in decks where they try to kill like all your creatures, like sort of mid-range decks, because it won't do anything if they kill all the other creatures. But definitely in decks like humans is a good example of a deck where this really shines because they don't play a lot of removal, and it is just kind of a race to see who can kill who quick. And that's where Shadow Spear really shines because it turns all of your swings. Like when you equip this to a creature, it always hits for 1 extra damage, but it also swings for literally double the life differential. I mean, like it, yeah, like because the life you gain helps you offset in the race. So it can be very hard for them to race you when you're effectively dealing twice as much damage sometimes. And I mean, you know, effectively twice as much of a life difference keeps getting produced because you deal the damage and you gain the life. So anyway, that's why this is in here. A previous version had what do you call it? Scroll of Gristlebrand, which is a cute card, and definitely that card could have its place. I did actually get some people in some soft locks with this. With Lurrus, because you have to note that this does not say you can only play this as a sorcery. So you can actually do this on their draw step continuously with Lurrus if you can get to that point. But you know, most of the time though, if Lurrus is living multiple turns, we're kind of in a winning position anyway. Not always, but most of the time. There's only like it's only really against combo decks where sometimes it isn't the case. But again, in combo decks, like usually something's already going wrong for them if it's getting to the point where we start recurring like scrolls on their upkeep. I mean, on their draw step. But yeah. Anyway, that's this deck. I know I've drawn long enough on this one, so let's go. Oh yeah, and just real quick too. We can also punch through damage with a Cave of the Frost Dragon by like attacking. You know, with flying, like even if the board stalls a bit, we can sometimes get over with flyers. But you know, also if the board's stalling, we can just keep creating little 1/1 tokens for little damage over turn with the castle. Can also create a string of chump blockers later in the game. You know, can keep like one Tarmogoyf at bay for as long as we're willing to pay the mana. Yeah, and I think with that, we may not necessarily need our heavier hitting, kind of like bigger card advantage type spells like Squadron Hawk, which is always kind of inefficient, at least in the creatures it produce. But our land base just gives us a lot of stuff to do at all times. That makes me think Esper Sentinel still might be the best we can do kind of in this slot. I really want to play frickin' Portable Hole, but the problem is once we do that, then we kind of have too many removal spells, and we're just basically a sitting duck against control. That's the only problem. I don't think we need it, but it definitely is missed. Anyway, let's get to Blink Blade. This is basically the same version as I think the most recent league that went up with this one. I don't know why I deviated a little bit in the scrapped mega video. It was basically the same list, just the two Horizon lands were cut in favor of two basic planes, so 8 basic planes, instead of 6 basic planes and 2 Horizon lands. And the Chalices were Drannith Magistrate. And I get that I wanted to try Drannith Magistrate, but I think in this deck with only 12 1-drops with no reliance on Lurrus for recurring either a 0 or a 1-drop, and with only one of these, basically with only 12 1-drops, I think this deck can accommodate Chalice easier, and I think Chalice does more work in more matchups that I think probably Chalice is better. Now that it may or may not be ultimately, you never know, but I certainly think, and plus it can combine well with Sanctum Prelate, because Chalice on 1, Sanctum Prelate on 2, and then 3, and then sometimes you can lock your opponent out of playing almost anything. Sanctum Prelate, of course, a very sweet card. And also because Sanctum Prelate can deal with stuff that other decks just can't. Like for example, 4 for Scape Shift or other. Like there's just there's numbers you can name that really help out. And Relic of Progenitus. I mean, this is just a mainstay graveyard hate card. If the format really gets overwhelmed with graveyard stuff, we do have access to the heavier hitting Rest in Peace. But I still just find that the format, that Relic is still just kind of a nice card in enough matchups, like against other mid-range type decks, where like the ability to cycle it is very relevant, so we don't get like completely overloaded with them. So anyway, and then 3 Settle the Wreckages. We're playing 3 in this deck instead of 4, and like in the White Weenie deck, because because I think like this deck has more creature removal, because it has Path and Solitude and Skyclave Apparition and Flicker Wisp and Ephemerate to reset our Solitudes or our Skyclave Apparitions, Mortar Prod for X1s. And Sword of Fire and Ice sometimes, but I think this deck has more removal overall, so I don't think we need Settle the Wreckage as much, but it is still a nice card to have. That's basically the Blink Blade deck. Since there is already a full league with me playing this deck, I don't think I necessarily need to explain this as much, but Blast Zone obviously is also fairly free, but I recommend that you check out my I forget which league number it is, but I think it's the one that says like, is Blast Zone is Blast Zone like good? Can it be played in like a Taxus type of shell or the Blink Blade shell, or I don't know exactly what the title was, but I think it's the one with like Blast Zone as the thumbnail. That's basically, so that'll give a full run through, including if you're itching for more to see more how this plays. yeah, and so that takes us then to the non-budget White Weenie deck, and I also don't think there's necessarily that much to say about this. Most of this ground has already been covered in the budget version, because this version is essentially the same thing. The only difference is in the main deck is that we have to cut Castle Ardenvale for Urza-Saga, and the reason why we're cutting Castle Ardenvale instead of Cave of the Frost Dragon is that Cave of the Frost Dragon comes into play untapped on turns 1 and 2, and that's important because Esper Sentinel kind of has to come into play. That doesn't have to, but it's really at its best if you can drop it on turn 1. So if we had like Ardenvale here, then we'd only have 8 cards, 8 white sources that come into play untapped on turn 1, and that's kind of too few in my book. You could make the argument that the Secluded Steps should be like Castle Ardenvale, you know, but I think that these are pretty essential. Like, these are kind of unsung heroes a lot of times, but like when we're mana flooded, sometimes this just helps us draw into more action. And I don't know what else to say. Like, what's the point of drawing a lot of extra cards with Esper Sentinel if like a whole big chunk of those are lands, and at least, you know, any one of those lands that happens to be Secluded Step, that can easily turn into an action card. So that's really that can be really critical. Yeah, and then of course Urza-Saga, and Urza-Saga thankfully at least wasn't like prohibitively expensive when I got these on MTGO. But yeah, if you don't own yours yet, I don't think it's gonna get banned. I could be wrong, geez, but you know, it's it definitely fits this deck like a glove, and I think that this is one of the rare. I try to build in general my budget versions. I mean my decks, yeah, my budget decks, so that they're not just an inferior version of another deck. Unfortunately, and this deck, funny enough, started off as a budget deck because I realized I couldn't quite, I just couldn't do justice to Blinkblade if I tried to, like, you know, make this. I mean, I guess in a way I started off with like Stoneforge Mystic and some like cheaper equipment, but like you just really need these like heavier hitting equipment, and I don't know. At that point, like, it's hard to justify not playing Solitude. It's hard to justify. I wanted to play Lurrus basically when I built this version, this take, because Lurrus rewards me for not playing these most expensive, you know, Skyclave Apparition, you know what I mean, Solitude, and like all these more expensive cards. You know, basically Lurrus is like my payoff for for not necessarily going all in with those super expensive but really powerful cards. And yeah, and kind of what happened is I discovered this deck actually kind of has legs, but then I kind of discovered that Urza-Saga kind of just takes this, I don't want to say to the next level, but like really gives this deck a shot in the arm, so to speak. So yeah, this is one of the rare cases where the non-budget version is mostly kind of just a better version. Mostly, I say, because Castle Ardenvale does have its moments. Make no mistake about that. And it also produces white, so obviously that leads to more consistent turn 2 core Firewalkers, for what it's worth. Sometimes that's a big deal, actually. So that you cannot say this deck is strictly better than the budget version, but I will say that it does definitely fit. Urza-Saga definitely does fit the deck like a glove, and it suddenly gives a purpose to Esper Sentinel being just a random artifact. It's not just a 1/1 taxer that just randomly taxes and dings in for 1. Thraben Inspector isn't just some random 1-mana 1/2 with you know, suddenly these, like the clue token boosts the construct token. Suddenly Esper Sentinel itself boosts the construct tokens. Suddenly the Mishra's Baubles and the Soul Guide Lanterns, which we were already playing to juice Lurrus up, and Leonin Square, you know, those juice the construct token. So suddenly, like, it all comes together, and I just feel like, yeah, you probably want to be playing Urza-Sagas if you have them, because I really just feel like the whole deck kind of comes together better with it. Yeah, plus sometimes you can hit your Soul Guide Lanterns more consistently against like graveyard decks where you really need them. And you get some, you know, nice action out of the sideboard too. Yeah. And other than that, I'm not really so sure there's that much, because other than that, it's basically the same deck, at least in the main. So, you know, sideboard is also basically the same thing. Drenoth Magistrate, even though we're not playing the budget version, like I said in the budget deck tech, it's still kind of just better than Chalice, because Chalice in 1 and 2 really handicap us, both because we have more 1-drops and 0. Like, half of our deck is either 1-drops or a 0-drop. Like, we have 16 1-drops and we have 4 0-drops. That means 20 cards in our, I shouldn't say half, like, well, half of our like spells, basically, if you count Urza-Saga as a spell, which you probably should. But yeah, basically like 1/3 of our deck is basically cards that get shut off by Chalice on 1 or 0. It's just much more awkward. Plus, on top of that, we rely on Mistress Bauble and Soul Guide Lantern to be card advantage engines, both with Lurrus and with Leonin Squire. So yeah, I just think this deck doesn't really want Chalice of the Void, and so Drennis Magistrate, even though it's way more budget, but I think in this deck it's kind of better anyway. Yeah, Settle the Wreckage, of course, same reason as in the budget deck, just really helps hold the line against like decks that play a lot of powerful creatures early. This deck is playing Pithing Needles instead of Sorcerer's Spyglass mainly because Urza can fetch them, and sometimes we want to fetch. Sometimes if we have one in our hand, like it's good to have extra because if you only have one in your deck and it's in your hand and they play Chalice, then you're kind of screwed. But Urza-Saga can thankfully fetch these under Chalice because it's not cast. It's just like put into play directly. So yeah, I think that tilts the balance in favor of Pithing Needle. Plus, you can buy it back with Leonin Squire, like I said in the other budget deck tech. But yeah, Pithing Needle basically for Planeswalkers, also tangentially for things like Dr. Foundry and whatnot. But that comes up, always good to keep in mind. We only have to play, I think, 1 Shadow Spear if we got Urza-Saga, because we got this plus 4 ways to fetch it, and as long as they're not exiling it. If they're just destroying it, we can rebuy it with Leonin Squire, so I don't think we need more copies to be like a fail-safe in that regard. But one card that we can play that we couldn't necessarily justify, that I don't think we could justify playing in the budget version, is Elixir of Immortality, just as a one-of. This basically only comes in against Burn and Mill, but first of all, it's just nice against Burn. Like any extra life gain effect is certainly welcome. But particularly this is nice in the Mill matchup, because otherwise we don't really have much for Mill. Soul Guide Lantern doesn't even hit our own graveyard, so it can't stop Drown in the Lock, and it can't stop Visions of Beyond from drawing 3, like Relic of Progenitus or Neil Spellbound can. But Elixir of Immortality can stop both. It can, since it shuffles our whole graveyard into our library, it makes Visions of Beyond significantly worse because it can only draw 1 card instead of 3. And we can also use this to kind of counter Drown in the Lock if we happen to be up against Mill, because if they try to target anything, we can, unless it's a man land, we can pay 2, gain 5 life, shuffle our graveyard into our library, and then if we have no graveyard, then Drown in the Lock can't hit anything that is higher than 0, or counter anything higher than 0, so that's good. But also just if we shuffle it into our if we shuffle the graveyard into our library, that also kind of replenishes us from getting milled out to some extent. The problem though is that since this is a Lurrus deck and since it has 24 lands, Tasha's Hideous Laughter can sometimes mill like 20 to 30 cards. It is very common that 2 Tasha's Hideous Laughters is basically GG in this deck. So hopefully if they have it, they only have 1 copy, and then we gotta hope. Mill's never going to be a great matchup, and even with this, it's still a bad matchup in my opinion. But I think it becomes more stealable. It becomes a matchup more capable of having wins stolen, with particularly good luck and bad luck for them, which does happen. And and again, this might not even be worth putting in the deck if it wasn't for the fact that it also has some splash nice value against Burn. Other than that, yeah, it's basically the same as the budget version. So what I said there pretty much applies here too. Just Urza-Saga can close out games faster, which is kind of nice because the Urza tokens can be pretty huge. Yeah. Anyway, and then of course we're also going to play the Infect deck. Now, obviously, this video took so long to make. So, please forgive me for this, but for those who watched the mega video, the scrapped mega video, I'm basically going to be playing. I'm basically going to be using the Infect video from that in this one, because this one stayed the same. I do have to say one thing though. I had like a sort of Jegantha sort of budget-ish version in the scrapped mega What Am I Playing Now video, and I just continued. I tried to run that Jegantha version through like a full league, and I just think there's a number of things. I think the fact that like Utopia Sprawl, which by the way isn't as budget as I thought it was, it's more budget than the Hierarchs, but like I was a little disappointed that it's still more than I expected. So like, yeah, it's not even as budget as I was hoping. Plus, you know, these Hierarchs are just so nice for being able to push more infect damage, and of course Utopia Sprawl can't do that. Plus, you know, Jegantha is just not as good as Lurrus. Lurrus is just so much better helping to rebuy Necropede and like just rebuy, you know, Glistener Elf, and just comes up more than you think. And this mana base definitely does accommodate that. And you know, Sajiri Step. I felt like I got to the point where I felt like I kind of wanted to play 4 Sajiri Steps in the Jegantha budget version that I had, because like I think this card is just so key actually to being able to push damage through. But at that point, when I feel like I kind of have to play the Hierarchs, when I feel like you know, when I feel like Utopia Sprawl is just really not good enough, it just doesn't get there. And when I feel like I need to play 4 Sajiri Steps anyway, I just think it becomes kind of very hard to justify not also playing the Horizon Canopies and just kind of going for playing Lurrus in the sideboard. So like, yeah, at the end of the day, I feel like the more budget version of this deck is just, unfortunately, it doesn't get my seal of approval like I was hoping. But this deck does, and we ran this through a full league as well. So, you know, I'm not. Yeah, I think this one had the icon of the Beast Within, as like the. I forget what else I said in it, but basically, yeah, if you're itching for more of this beyond the video that I have here in this series, I think yeah, I think you can check that out, and that'll hopefully be pretty good. What else is there to say about this? I mean, it's just basically the standard Infect fare. We're on Tranquil Thicket, you know, in case you're wondering. We're not playing Cathedral of War anymore, and you know, I know. Here's one of the things with 4 Sajiri Step. I feel like we need more green sources, and this is a green source. But also, this card can just cycle and hopefully draw into like more pump spells, more infect creatures, you know, something. And with 24 lands and with 4 Sylvan Scryings, you know, a lot of times this deck does end up just with a ton of lands in its hand, and more than it can reasonably play before the game is decided one way or the other. So Tranquil Thicket can kind of just ameliorate that a little bit. Plus, also tapping for green is huge. So anyway, Cathedral of War is missed, but I think Tranquil Thicket just kind of it just kind of tilts the favor, tilts you know, the balance in its own favor. Yeah, Hierarchs both produce mana. They incidentally both happen to boost our infect creatures for bigger attacks, and they produce more green mana for our pump spells, and they produce black and white respectively, both of which are Lurrus colors, which help cast Lurrus. So yeah, pretty good. Probably essential in this deck, which means go figure, a mono green deck can only go so far as a budget deck, but this is still not an insanely overpriced deck. It's not necessarily a budget deck, but it is not insanely overpriced. So I definitely would recommend this as probably more of a side deck, though. In the right metas, it could certainly explode and rack up a lot of easy wins. It's not necessarily the case now. This deck does not generally like control, and it can deal with it actually has a good matchup against some mid-range decks, but it all just depends on how much, I think, hard removal they have, you know. But anyway, and how much instant speed too, by the way, and answers to lands too. The more answers to lands they have, like Vindicate, the more it's really difficult. If we can expose Yawgmoth Nexus to danger as a creature on our terms when we're able to protect it, then it becomes way more viable. But anyway, and that's kind of the idea with Sylvan Scrying, by the way, is that, you know, I mean, it can also get Sajiri Step, Tranquil Thicket, Horizon Canopy, Pendelhaven, or Yavimaya, you know, for like color fixing here with Yavimaya. Pendelhaven for like extra pumps, like, so it has kind of a toolboxy effect, and sometimes you definitely will want to get that Pendelhaven or the Yavimaya to mana fix, you know, or just a Tranquil Thicket to just draw another card, or Sajiri Step to push through damage like right there on that turn. But I would say 90% of the time, Sylvan Scrying is basically fetching Yawgmoth Nexus. Yawgmoth Nexus is extremely important in this version because we don't have access to a Blighted Agent, so Sylvan Scrying is great. A lot of times also, you can start attacking with Yawgmoth Nexus on turn 3, even if you had to get it off Sylvan Scrying, because if you play a Hierarch on turn 1, which you have 8 of them, then on turn 2, you can use it to play Sylvan Scrying and then drop Inkmoth Nexus, and then next turn you can scale up Might of Volcrosa and possibly go for the win. It's always nice. Wilt is pretty essential because you don't always know what type of artifact or enchantment hate they're going to bring in, but a lot of times they're bringing in Pithing Needles, Blood Moons, you name it, like lots of stuff that really messes with Inkmoth Nexus, or is otherwise just kind of problematic. If they don't present whatever it is you're worried about, you just cycle it. And that, by the way, I think makes it better than like Seal of Primordium, even though Lurrus could recur Seal of Primordium, because I think the danger of this getting stranded in hand and not contributing towards like just being another pump spell or infect creature or something, I think that generally tilts in favor of this card. Plus it gives us more to like side out, because like in some matchups we just can't justify scale up, like against control matchups, because they almost always can they have enough hard removal where like almost always they can deal with this fairly easily. You really kind of need to chip in more against the control decks for the most part. And then Beast Within. Yeah, this card is just kind of the most flexible like creature sort of answer that I really could find in green. I mean, Dismember is an option, but number one, it doesn't hit like everything. Like obviously if they land, for example, Sarah's Emissary, Dismember can't hit that. Can't hit Arcana Cruelty. Like, Beast Within is just a surprisingly versatile answer that green has. The fact that it produces a ground creature and the fact that we have 8 ways to get like a flying creature means that sometimes we can just ignore it. But even with our grounded creatures, sometimes we can use Sajiri Step to give pro green and get through. But a little tip: just remember to play your pump spells first before you give pro green. Otherwise, you won't be able to target it and give them a pump spell. Give them a pump. But yeah, and this can also destroy lands, like against Tron. Sometimes we can play a Hierarch at turn 1 and then turn 2 drop a land and then like Beast Within on their upkeep or something, and then set them back lands, particularly against Tron. That can be a very important line to take. It's also our only way to deal with utility lands in this deck, since we don't play Ghost Quarter. We just don't have the room. Yeah, and then Sorcerous Spyglass, kind of like for the similar reasons that I went over in the budget White Weenie deck. It's kind of also here, but it also it deals with Planeswalkers. It deals with like this and that. One thing also it does is deal with Yawgmoth, because Yawgmoth is basically just GG against this deck. If it gives a -1/-1 counter to the infect creature, then just get out of here. We're just not. It's just gone, because even if we pump it, then it's just going to die on their next upkeep. So whatever. Yeah, we got to be able to deal with Yawgmoth preemptively. So we play this. We do prefer this over Pithing Needle in this deck because seeing their hand sometimes, if there ever was a deck where seeing their hand is almost like worth a card in its own right, it's this deck. So I think it's well worth paying 1 more mana to get a peek at their hand. Sometimes it can even be just worth it just to play just to get the peek. But most of the time you're obviously only going to be bringing this in unless there's abilities that you want to shut off. But there will be situations where you're going to have it. They don't necessarily have any abilities, or you don't necessarily suspect that they've got an ability in their hand too badly, and yet this will sometimes still enable you to win some games because you'll know if the coast is clear or not. And that definitely, I think, that pushes it over the edge with Pithing Needle. Pithing Needle can't do that. Pithing Needle can't let you know if the coast is clear. So it's nice, I like it. So we don't actually have any like dedicated graveyard hate, like any like 4 of graveyard hate, but we do have 2 of the most powerful land-based graveyard hate cards ever printed. Bojuka Bog, if we need to just deal with their graveyard ASAP at sorcery speed, that's our jam. And then we've got Scavenger Grounds, which for some reason is kind of hard for me to. Yeah, here we go. Yeah, this is better if the game goes longer, because sometimes against like Temur Living In, we really need to be able to crack at an instant speed, but we need obviously more mana to be able to do that. So yeah, Scavenger Grounds definitely a very solid card there. Yeah, between Bojuka Bog and Scavenger Grounds, I think we've got basically all our graveyard needs covered. So I don't think we have to play anything as a 4 of, because obviously our Sylvan Scrying doubles as a graveyard hate at that point. Yeah, we'll see how this all goes. I might actually play I might have the Green Infect deck going first, actually. Yeah, I might actually have this one playing first. So I'm going to reference some I'm gonna reference some previous games, but just in case you're wondering, those were from the scrapped Mega League. But other than that, there's no reason why that doesn't also can't also be informative. You'll also notice a little bit of cracking up of the microphone, so that's kind of another thing too. You're gonna since the microphone cracking up kind of became an issue, it was definitely tolerable. I think when I recorded the the match for this mono green deck, but I think you'll all kind of see why. But basically, it started cracking way too badly, and like I really couldn't. I don't know why it's doing this, but we'll figure out what's or we'll do something about it. If it means buying a new microphone, I might have to just do that. But I don't know though. I mean, if I don't have the fan going on here in the background, I think the audio is going to be pretty good actually with my headset microphone on this one. So anyway, so I said another thing. If I start off with the green deck, it might also kind of help you all kind of see the transition, I guess, between the microphone that started cracking up, but then then hopefully a little better than before headset sort of experience. But I don't know. Not gonna lie, the white weenie matches are not. The audio definitely could be better. Yeah, I apologize in advance. The audio on those is going to be a little, but it does get better, I think, in the other ones. The red, blue, and black decks. I think those are going to have better audio. So, if you can't stand the audio in the white versions, just know that it gets better, and don't let that deter you. You can skip ahead of those. But yeah. I hope you all enjoy, and oh yeah, and one last thing, the Obosh-Midrange deck. I think I want to be on 4 Mages in the Moon again, and just 2 Ensnaring Bridge instead of 4 Bridge and 2 Mages, because it's just one of, like, I don't know. I mean, it could go either way, but one thing I notice is that, like, I don't necessarily have a good card that can kind of replace Blood Moon, if they don't necessarily care about me destroying individual lands of theirs so much. So just, Mages of the Moon can just help kind of replace Blood Moon with at least just a 2/2 creature in matchups where it's otherwise not that great. I mean, a Moon Effect isn't that great. It's also just really good against Hammer Time, because you need ways to deal with Lurrus-Saga, but you also you don't like setting off Blast Zone. But what this does is this enables us to be able to possibly kill our own Mages of the Moon, ideally after we already killed an Lurrus-Saga or however many. Yeah, we can easily just kind of bolt our own Mages, turn on Blast Zone, and then sometimes Blast Zone can just go to work against Hammer Time. But then again, Ensnaring Bridge can be essential against Rhinos and Murktide and other decks that are seeing play. So it could be a mistake not to be playing all 4 Ensnaring Bridges, that's for sure. I'm also seeing more Amulet Titan lately for some reason. I don't know why. But yeah, and obviously you want all the Moon effects you can get against the Amulet decks. So anyway, so that's just this deck. I'm not actually, just full disclosure, when you actually see this deck being played, and also when you see it in the next video coming up right after this one, it's gonna have the 4 Ensnaring Bridges and 2 Mages, but I don't see the need to have like another match just to test like changing a 4 of to a 2 of and a 2 of to a 4 of, like just swapping 4 and 2 ofs. Or if you make like relatively minor changes to the sideboard, I don't think that overall affects how the deck plays out enough that like a whole new video is necessarily warranted. So I think those matches are going to be pretty informative. But yeah, otherwise definitely hope this next video coming up enlightens as to the red, blue, and black decks. And yeah. Oh, and also it's going to have the shout-out, so look for the shout-out in that. It's coming up right now. So, all right, take care, everybody, and hope you like this. Okay, so this is an add-on video to the this is intended to basically supplement that what am I playing now mega video that's like 6 hours long. I have not actually decided for sure if I am going to try to combine this with that video, or if I am just going to publish this like back to back, maybe with that one. Either way, I do want to give a shout out to some new patrons who I don't think were shouted out on the last one. So just in case, I'm pretty sure these were already shouted out, but I will add them just in case. Thank you very much, Spencer, Courtesy, Corey Skinnin, Michael McPherson, Brent T. MTG, Eric Bartoliti, Darth Datter, excuse me, Z. Cole Smith, and Charles Schaefer. So thanks a lot. Wanted to make sure some of them, just wanted to. I mean, what's the harm in shouting out some of my patrons more than once? I know I already shouted out Andre Simbazi, who was I think is right, and Greasy Choir Boy, who are right above that. I just wasn't sure if Spencer was a patron at the time. I think he was, but I got a lot of new patrons, so thank you a lot for joining. But so I just wanted to add this because I made some changes to the list. I think actually, like what we're looking at here with the Budget Prowess deck is maybe one of the more substantial ones. I've really been in love with Dragon Rage Channeler in this deck. I think I found the right mix of instant sorceries, enchantments, artifacts, creatures, lands, etc. that just basically consistently enables Delirium, and the Surveil is just a powerful mechanic. It's a great way. It applies. I love Dragon Rage Channeler because it applies so much pressure, and it really helps keep the gas flowing. It's like the 2-in-1 combo that I always love with with these types of decks. And so this is definitely going most for speed out of all my prowess decks. Let's see how this one performs. I don't think I'm gonna have a post league wrap up video, but we'll see. I mean, a post like performance wrap up video. But anyway, sideboard is pretty straightforward. Blood Moon. Is Blood Moon is in the sideboard here because we don't have Ragavan to power it out on turn 2, and this is just not necessarily a Blood Moon deck. But it is a deck that certainly can sideboard into Blood Moon without almost any difficulty. But I actually find that Den of the Bugbear is also extremely helpful in closing out the game when they deal with like our board or something, and we can just freely attack with Den of the Bugbear starting on turn 5 if we curve out with all our land drops. So it's pretty cool. Relic, of course, for graveyards. Ratchet Bomb for pro-red, tokens, artifacts, enchantments, sometimes planeswalkers. I mean, we all know Ratchet Bomb is one of our favorites. And also it helps deal with Chalice, but what also deals with Chalice? Shenanigans. And I like Shenanigans when I only have 2 remaining slots to work with. These 2 slots do a lot of work. So, yeah. And by the way, I apologize for the drop in the microphone quality. Something's going on with my microphone. We'll see. I'm giving it a rest a little bit, and maybe when maybe after maybe I was using it too much. I don't know, but either way, so I'm using my headset microphone, which is I think at least a little bit better than the built-in computer microphone, but it'll probably be a little background noise, unfortunately, and that was noise that the other microphone was kind of blocking out more. But in any case, but there was just so much cracking up in that other one. It's just hard to hear me sometimes. But in any case, so that's the budget prowess deck. Let's see how this one performs. And this, by the way, this is the order I'm going to be playing him in. And here is the Companionless Mono Red deck. Fairly substantial changes to last time. I've actually surprisingly recently been discovering that the deck can still kill relatively quickly with just Abbott as a prowess creature, but I might just be getting lucky seeing Abbott a lot. But I mean, it is a 4-of, and I mean, Lava Dart is really sweet when you have prowess creatures, and it's almost basically an excellent card even without it. It can be a little bit short, lackluster if you don't have prowess creatures. Can be. Sometimes it can still be good, but I think what I've been discovering is playing just one prowess creature as a 4-of, might just be all you need to really justify playing Lava Dart, because when it does work, it does a lot of work. Other than that, I mean, Ragavan is And yeah, Ragavan did make the cut in this. This is not supposed to be a budget deck. I'm kind of, if you notice the pattern, I kind of have 2 non-budget decks and 1 budget deck. The idea is like usually one of my 2 decks kind of lends itself easier to being budgetized. So, you know, but of course in the case of Jegantha Prowess, I mean, this deck definitely shares more similarities to the Obosh version than it does to the, but it is, I mean, to the Jegantha version, but it is clearly an intermediary because it does have kind of a sub-Prowess theme going on here. But it's also got like these mid-rangey creatures, Seasoned Pyromancer, all this good stuff. Obviously Blood Moon in the main again, because this is, I think, mid-rangey enough that we need some disruption, because we're not like a turn 3 or 4 deck like the Jegantha version. Yeah, and we'll light up the stage again, of course, just like the Jegantha version. But now we get to kind of experiment with trying to like really churn through our deck. We can draw so many cards, light up the stage, Seasoned Pyromancer, Valakut Awakening. Abbott, like sometimes we can really start churning through our deck. Like I think we draw more cards in a blue deck sometimes, but anyway. One cool perk also about not having to play Obosh in this version is we get to play a Braid again. And I like a Braid in this list because if you notice, I'm a little bit short on the 3 damage burn spells, which we don't see like a lot of humans with Mantis Riders and General Kudros and all those other things that really make 3 damage burn spells a must, but we're obviously not playing Hammer. We're not playing Hammer in this version because we are a little bit tilting. I mean, like, Hammer is definitely great if you want to grind like crazy, but since we got so much card draw, since honestly we're a little bit soft on the answers to like early prowess creatures or other things without like Fury or without like the Seal of Fires and other things that we've got in the Jegantha version, just relying on Firebolt, you know, so like Firebolt and Lightning Bolt. So like, yeah, just Hammer is not quite as good as Firebolt, I think, in this particular deck. Yeah, a Braid's a great way to supplement with more 3 damage creature removal and more artifact hate, so that's always a welcome addition when you have a little weakness and you just shore up in both areas. Relic, of course, for Graveyards. Ratchet Bomb, like I just went over with Jegantha, same idea here. Chalice is a 3 of. I mean, I'd love to play this as a 4 of, but I think Braid's just kind of a card that lends itself better to being a 4 of, and I've still got a lot of mileage out of these 3 Chalices. I think mainly we want them against like Rhinos and stuff, Rhinos and other, and like, Temur Living End and stuff. But they can also be brought in against Burn. That can be kind of important. We don't necessarily have like a huge plan against Burn. We're not as softwood as the Obosh deck. But yeah, I think, I don't know if it's soft is the right word, but in any case, yeah, this is this deck, and I like the way we can also play Chalice without too much, without disabling Obosh or anything. Now, obviously, this deck tends to get a little bit hosed by Chalice more so than getting benefit from Prowess. I mean, Chalice historically, but I do think it can fully service Chalice because first of all, we have like 8 other cards that are 2 mana to to swap out from our 1-drops, so we can definitely decrease the amount of 1-drops, but even leaving some 1-drops in, like say Ragavan, we can even swap something for Relic, so we can at least drop that before Chalice lands. But with Seasoned Pyromancer and Valakut Awakening with 8 of these cards that help swap cards out, I think a lot of times we're going to be able to get decent value out of our 1-drops, even if they start piling up in our hand a little bit under Chalice. But the idea is to bring in Chalice when it's going to hurt the opponent more than us, even though we will have some 1-drops in our deck. And like I said, primarily it's kind of for the 0-drops, but the fact that we can also bring it in for 1-drops is definitely really, really sweet. So that's what I've been liking with the Mono Red Midrange deck. Definitely, and I've got basically leagues recorded for all of these, by the way, at least the new ones. Yeah, Obosh Prowess or Obosh-Midrange, pretty much the same list as last time, the last video with showing Trinisphere, but I don't think, I either didn't have all 4 Den of the Bugbears like I have historically, or I didn't have the Castle Embereth, but either way, my testing has led me to believe that we can accommodate the one of Castle Embereth with only 10 mountains. So if you saw a version with 14 mountains, I mean, I'm basically just playing the same things with the 4 Den of the Bugbears instead of those 4 mountains and the 14 mountains. Other than that, I mean, same as like the last league that I recorded, Ensnaring Bridges and Trinispheres can be super hosing in the right matchups, like, Burn, Cascade, lots of different types of combo, Storm. Trinisphere can sometimes just stop them in the tracks, and this deck has never been more kind of hard, like all in on the 3-drops, and so Trinisphere kind of forces everybody to kind of play all 3-drops in a way too. Ensnaring Bridge, of course, against Rhinos and like Murktide regen and like lots of big stuff, and even to some extent sometimes swarm creatures. Although Fury helps control, I think, the board a lot, and when it comes to like smaller creatures gumming up the board. But Ensnaring Bridge can really help when large creatures start to come up the board, or in just there's one large creature that we can't afford to let attack. Murktide, but of course Emrakul too. Pillage, obviously super versatile card. Probably the second best thing to Abrade as far as versatility goes. When you're and obviously we're playing Obosh, we can't play Abrade, but it's not even necessarily 100% clear to me that Abrade is better than Pillage, but it's definitely I think Pillage is where we want to be because it deals with artifacts, and we can also combine with Blood Moon and Mages of the Moon to color screw them off of like their basics, take their basics out, and then bada bing bada boom, we can keep them like ultra mana screwed. Just we got 2 more slots to work with. I mean, I like playing 2 more Mages of the Moon because I hate losing to Amulet Titan, and there's also just a surprising amount of decks where you just want more moon effects, or we want to side out 2 Blood Moons and 2 for 2 mages, 2 Magi, so that we're not too all in with all Blood Moons. And we still have Valakut and Seasoned Power Master to pitch them, but still in some matchups Mages is going to be mostly superior, but we can still mix up the 2 types a little bit. Yeah, that takes us to Merfolk. I gotta love the the new budget version that I've that I'm on now. So I only got one full league in with this, but I did not realize at first that Seal of Removal. I'm not sure when I realized this, but since it has come to my attention that Seal of Removal is modern legal now because it was printed in Modern Horizons 2, I love this card. At least I've fallen in love with it before I fully vetted it, but it is definitely a solid option. I used to love Vapor Snag, at least in the right metas. But one of the main things I used to like about Vapor Snag is actually returning stuff to my own hand. But I think Seal of Removal is going to be mostly just superior because I can play it on curve, and then it's almost like it's free. Anyway, one second. Sorry, I had a sneeze coming on, but yeah, Seal of Removal I think is mostly superior since we don't really have much to do on 1 mana for the most part anyway, or like there's going to be plenty of times in the curve, a lot of times where we can just we've got nothing better to do with an extra 1 mana, since a lot of times we can just sneak this in when we can. A lot of times this is almost kind of like we can return like a Silver Gilded Up, for example, like on turn 2, like to our hand, and that can put them in an awkward spot where, like, say we play turn 1 Seal of Removal, and then turn 2 we play, Silver Gilded Up. They might have been holding up a Lightning Bolt or something to deal with it, but now it's going to be awkward because if they try to kill Silver Gilded Up, not only will we return it to our hand, but we're going to draw an extra card. And like, even if it's not Silver Gilded Up, I mean, saving our Lord from a removal spell can be huge. Svelin, the fact that we don't have to keep 1 mana up to save our creatures, I think is huge. And obviously it can be used defensively, and a lot of times against like Murktide Regen tokens, or just creature wearing a Hammer Time hammer, or any number of different scenarios, or Caldera. There's going to be a lot of scenarios where we get more than just a bounce effect out of this, but even if we're just bouncing something, it still can be useful. But honestly, the main thing I like about Seal of Removal, and I think most of the time we're going to be using it to protect our own stuff, but I like the way it doubles as an offensive tempo option too. I mean, no doubt about it. Otherwise, we're maybe a little too soft to Murktide. And it's also an excellent answer to Emrakul for what it's worth, because this is not a spell when it's on the stack. I mean, so like it's just an ability from an enchantment. So Emrakul gives protection of instants and sorceries, and obviously this won't be an instant and sorcery when we use the ability. Another cool thing about this is, unlike Vapor Snag, Master of Waves can benefit from this just sitting around on the table, so we get more elemental tokens. And in the budget version, we're not playing Chalice of the Void. I think yeah, just having another 1-drop, like Seal of Removal is excellent. You can juice up Master of Waves, like I said, and I do like playing Tideshaper. It is a super powerful card, and if I'm not playing Chalice, I think I'll play this, and I think I'll play Spreading Seas too. I think in the main deck here, we're probably better off not playing Counter Magic, and I can maybe try to juke them with like the 8 Seas, Tideshaper and Spreading Seas. I think they complement each other well, because sometimes you can play Tideshaper on turn 1 and Spreading Seas on turn 2, attack for 2. That's not always the best thing in the world, but they can also just combine to sometimes Mega Mana screw the opponent. So You know, in my other more mid-rangey decks, I kind of like spreading seas more because it's a little harder for them to remove, and not necessarily so much for the color screw, but sometimes we just really need to keep a land locked under them, like a Celestial Colonnade or a Castle Vantress, or who knows. There's a number of different cards that, or Valakut, we just really don't want them to be able to get out from under too easily. But yeah, I mean, the rest of the deck is pretty similar to our non-budget versions, and yeah, 7 counterspells in the sideboard. We obviously are a budget deck, so we cannot play Force Negation. Deprive would probably be slightly better off as Force Negation, but it's marginal enough that I wouldn't worry about it too much if you can't afford the Force Negations. I even tried a bit, like even when the non-budget version is playing Deprive, and there was definitely worse spots where it was better, but I just hate getting caught sometimes. But anyway, Relic and Ratchet Bomb, I already discussed these in the red version, and well, they still do what they do in this matchup, and without Aether Vial, I think Ratchet Bomb definitely, its stock goes way up. It becomes way better at dealing with 1-drops. With 2-drops, it can be a little awkward because we have so many 2-drops, but still there'll be a lot of board states where we don't have one on the battlefield at the time, and then it can do its thing even on 2. And this brings me to one of my most spicy maybe changes. Is I used to have 2 different Merfolk decks, but you know, now actually instead of having 2 different Merfolk decks, instead of having like a mono blue Merfolk and then, you know, blue black Lurrus-Folk, Lurrus-Folk was just not working out. I'm sorry, folks. I really wanted to make that work again, and when I was creating multiple decks, it seemed like a no-brainer to try like Lurrus-Folk, but it's just Svelun is just better for the most part. Like it at least in my opinion. But but you know, I wanted to try having a non-Merfolk blue deck, and I kind of started. I mean, it wasn't technically mono blue, but I basically started off with Nethergo. I mean, it was a blue black deck. It was pretty close to monocolor. It was 2-color to be fair, though. I mean, it had Malice, Spite. It had Recoil. Part of me wishes they would reprint Recoil. Another part of me doesn't, because it's so annoying. It's an instant speed. You know, return target permanent to its owner's hand, then that player discards a card. If they have no cards in hand, then it's basically a 3-mana instant Vindicate. But either way, it's a surprisingly powerful effect. You know, Malice Spite probably wouldn't see play. It's 4 mana, like black, destroy target non-black creature, or blue, counter target non-creature spell. But still very flexible because, you know, you can counter stuff, but you can also just destroy most non-black creatures at least. But anyway, it's neither here nor there. The point is, I got my start in like competitive Magic with like a control deck basically. So we're going back to our roots, and it's been like, geez, it's been like probably over 20 years since I've really gone hard on control. Maybe not 20, but I don't know, it's close to. Because yeah, that was a long time ago that I used to play Nethergo. That was back like in the old extended, where Odyssey. I mean, Psychotug was already a thing. I wasn't always keeping up with the tier decks though at the time, so it's possible that. But the Psychotug deck played a lot of similar cards, Undermine and all that good stuff. Some Malice Spites too, I think, if I'm not mistaken. But yeah, like, you know, the extended Psychotog might have still been better, but I don't know. Nethergo had its advantages too. But yeah, the point is we get to try control again, and I did dabble with mono blue control a bit too. But the problem is you kind of needed, I think, some of those really old school cards like Navinril's Disc or something, or a Powder Keg. You know, like yeah. And actually, that's the thing. You know, just thinking back to like Randy Buehler's like you know, Draw Go deck. Which I think I experimented with like a similar version, which may even play like Powder Keg. Like it's these effects like Powder Keg, which by the way, Powder Keg's basically the same thing as Ratchet Bomb, just it can only hit artifacts and creatures. It doesn't hit all non-land permanents. And in this deck, where we don't really have any non-land permanents otherwise, I think Ratchet Bomb's mostly just a strict improvement. Now we don't have like a Navinril's Disc. We could play Oblivion Stone, but honestly, I think Blast Zone might be fine. I mean, it's just like instead of using our land as like Stalking Stones or something, we can just actually have our land be a removal spell. I mean, how cool is that? And it's way better than Quicksand, I think. And Quicksand is still legal, but this is like, I think Blast Zone is leagues better than Quicksand for what it's worth. And I think, you know, these blue man lands, Fairy Conclave and Hall of the Storm Giants, are probably better than like Stalking Stones because they produce blue, and they And Hall of the Storm Giant is surprisingly better than it might look. I mean, it can really close out games quickly when we kind of trade 1-for-1 enough, and we're very low on resources, both of us. We can just finish the game off sometimes. Yeah, I mean, the rest is kind of what it is. As you can see, like, this is very much kind of like just our Merfolk deck without the Merfolk. This is just like kind of, I always used to play, people used to joke that I played Merfolk Control, and that's kind of like what this deck is. It's just basically in an alternate universe, this is a Merfolk deck. Just think about it. Like, we played all these cards in Merfolk except Archmage's Charm, Cryptic Command, which you did play a little bit. I don't know if it got recorded or not. But Archmage's Charm, Cryptic Command, and Shark Typhoon. Other than that, these are all cards we played in Merfolk. We've even got some Merfolk in the sideboard here. And by the way, Shark Typhoon is insane. I think everybody knows that already. You can produce giant creatures, instant speed, draw a card. Can't be countered, basically, unless you have our activated ability Hate. But yeah, and speaking of Merfolk, we have some Merfolk in the sideboard. And I know Tideshaper seems like, what is this doing? But, hear me out. In some matchups, like, they bring out their creature removal anyway. But either way, it can just get on board and dish out a lot of damage quickly. In matchups like Control, for example, sometimes just playing a bunch of 2/2s for 1 mana can sometimes just be like a Control Mirror Breaker of sorts. It's also excellent against Tron, because I think we need some help against Tron. Just spreading seas is not necessarily enough. They will like out-Tron us. This both keeps them from getting Tron and puts a body on the battlefield, and actually helps us put some type of clock. Again, not the best clock, but I remember, like, back in my Nether Go days, you'd be surprised the power of just a 2/2 creature that can keep attacking each turn. Much better than just dirling and doing nothing, in my opinion. Vendilion Click is excellent, because in some matchups we're not necessarily going to, they might have like ways to make their stuff uncounterable or whatever, and sometimes the way to win is going to be to mess with their hand. Plus, it's also good if we bring in something like Dismember, and or just, it's a great way to filter other cards that become dead for whatever reason. And speaking of Dismember, I think this is an excellent sideboard card in this type of deck where we don't really have much creature removal. I don't really want to play it in the main deck because in some matchups the 4 life loss is almost unacceptable, and they do become dead rather quickly. But particularly in matchups that don't necessarily play a lot of burn, but do play a lot of creatures, Dismember can be a godsend, because otherwise sometimes like we have to rely on these clunkier Ratchet Bomb and Blast Zone type effects. But a lot of times that's serviceable. But Dismember I think is a no-brainer. In the sideboard, probably not in the main. It could be main deck. If I played it in the main deck, I'd probably want to play Vendilion Click, to be able to cycle extra copies that I see later in the game, or some black lands to like be able to actually cast it. But I don't want to go too much on black. Relic Reanimator, we all know that. So yeah, Mono Blue Control. I went 4-1 in the last recorded league, basically, and we'll see how this one goes as well long term. But I think there might be something here. This is probably, of all my decks so far that I've shown, this is probably the most subject to have some type of revisions. But anyway, I think it looks pretty good. We got Chalice-Merfolk, and yes, I'm back on Chalice again, and like, I know I kind of go back and forth, but I don't know, like, believe it or not, with 24 lands, a lot of times I find myself siding out Aether Vial anyway, and I just kind of like, the logic here is that we're not playing any 1-drops, so maybe just play a whole bunch of cards that synergize with Chalice. Harbinger to bounce tapped 1-drops, Brazen Borrower, bounce and make a fairy, Repeal, bounce, draw a card. So all these cards synergize pretty well. Just instead of playing Aether Vial, we just play no 1-drops, and so Chalice is basically always going to do work. And then, like I explained in the budget video, Counterspell and Force Negation, and then Relic and Ratchet Bomb basically do the same thing as the other decks, which we love them for. And Force Negation, like I said, I think marginally better than Deprive, just because we won't necessarily get caught by Planeswalkers and other stuff as often, but it's probably the easiest swap for something else budget. If you want to make the deck slightly more budget, you can just play Deprive instead, no problem. And that takes us to the black decks, which is the last version that got changed, and it's the budget version. I do think Cling to Dust is probably better than other, ideas that we've had. But it just really provides a lot of grind, and we can gain extra life, so Castle on Breath can go even more nuts. But I just find that Hive of the Eye Tyrant is just a great way to dish out more damage. It's a great way to like put extra pressure and have like a clock on board. And Ratchet Bomb might seem weird in the main deck, but I mean, I don't know, it deals with lots of stuff, and we can recur it with Lurrus. And that's one reason why I'm playing Sudden Edict. I mean, because we're playing Fatal Push already, we're playing like Ratchet Bomb, we're playing Collective Brutality, we're playing, Gatekeeper Mako, we're playing so much creature removal that I think like the more creature removal we play, the more like just a straight Edict type effect is going to be pretty good. And I like Sudden Edict. This could definitely be changed to like Victim of Night, which this was for the longest time. Problem with Victim of the Night is there's this like dwarven deck that's running around with a bunch of changelings, and you can't hit those things because they're technically werewolves, zombies, and vampires. With like Victim of the Night, I don't like Doomblade because obviously Lurrus is black. I don't like Go for the Throat because Affinity and Hammer Time play a bunch of artifact creatures. But I like kind of Sudden Edict because it can't hit everything. It won't always hit like a targeted thing that you need it to, but it's also really good against Murktide-Moon, I'll tell you that much, because sometimes they play, Murktide-Moon with 2 mana, and then they hold 2 mana up for counterspell, and Sudden Edict says, if that's the only creature they have, it's going bye-bye because of Split Second. They can't counter it. Turok, of course, this is a Mirror Breaker type card in a lot of mid-range type matchups, and this will completely deplete their hand a lot of times. Gatekeeper, we all know this card. Yeah, I mean, as far as budget decks go, I think this is pretty good. It's probably not quite as good as the red budget deck, but it's up there, I think. And then this is actually kind of similar to the red deck in that like we got like, it's actually we got 2 different companions here, but like we've got, actually I guess we do in the red deck too, but we got the little bit more lean budget Lurrus deck, but then here we've got like our intermediary deck that happens to be Companionless. Yeah, I mean, this is kind of like the other deck, but a few differences. So first of all, one thing you'll notice, I mean, that's obviously playing Liliana instead of Gatekeeper, but one of the subtle advantages to this is that since we don't have 3 black mana to worry about on turn 3, I find that a lot of times, like, this can be pretty reliably a colorless source by turn 4. Sometimes this will be a colorless source on turn 3, like we'll have 2 black mana, this, and Blast Zone, and we won't have 3 black mana on turn 3, but we would have access to 3 black mana on turn 4 if we feel to ruin something before we hit our next, before our next turn where we can drop Blast Zone and then play 3 black and Turok Dread Canter. So I really like the way, yeah, it's without having to worry about 3 black. I found it surprisingly serviceable to just have 16 black sources, and then, Field of Ruin can fix our mana a little bit by the 4th turn a lot of times. So I like that. We're also actually, and I don't know why I didn't think of this earlier, but we're playing Lurrus in the main. This has actually been kind of nuts for me. It's the only card that consistent. Like I was just thinking, like actually the reason why I thought of playing Lurrus in the main, by the way, is as we're going to see, I have an Obosh black deck now, and I was just thinking, like, I want good 3-drops. Like, what's the best 3? Like Geralt's Messenger is kind of cool, but I mean, honestly, most of the time I want to gain life more, and it also doesn't immediately put me up in cards when it comes into play. I'm like, what black card is there that like could potentially gain me life, and like immediately draw a card when it comes into play? I'm like, that if there was such a card, it'd be nuts. And then I'm like, wait a minute, there is such a card. It's freaking Lurrus. It's been in front of me this whole time. And I'm like, yeah, but I mean, I'm playing Liliana. I can't play Lurrus. I'm like, yeah, I can. I can play it in the main. And I'm like, oh shoot. And of course, I was doing the thought process in the Obosh version, which we'll get to in a second. But yeah, I mean, the fact of the matter is I mean, the Obosh version, which we'll see in a second, it can't play Dread Canter or Collective Brutality, which are mainstay cards, and it can't play Mistress Bauble either, so it can't draw a card on turn 3 when it comes into play. But this version can, because this version doesn't care about playing even costed cards or cards that are over permanents that are over 3 mana, so it gets to play Liliana and Lurrus in the same deck, and that and Liliana and Turok in the same deck, which is going to be really, by the way, that's going to be a great combo. We can play this on turn 2 sometimes, and then start upticking with Liliana, and then this thing can start getting huge. But yeah, I mean, not sure what else to say. This deck probably has the highest concentration of like the all-time greatest hits in black that we've fallen in love with. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention last time with the budget version, because I'm not sure, did I have Break the Ice? Yeah, I've got Break the Ice. Yeah, so yeah, for those who couldn't stand Lithiform Blight because it looked stupid, trust me, it was not stupid. It honestly, we might still reach for it again. But you all finally got your wish. I'm playing Break the Ice. So look, you all, like, I think, needless to say, it's obvious Break the Ice is leagues better against Tron. I think we all know that. But I'm telling you that it is not impossible that I might go back to Lithiform Blight, because Lithiform Blight comes in against a lot of different Urza-Saga type matchups, or Valakut sometimes matchups, or like, maybe not necessarily always them, but it's way better at dealing with Urza-Saga, and also it's better in that sometimes the Break the Ice just gets stuck in my hand because I don't play like a colorless land. And sometimes in some decks, the only reason I'm thinking about bringing it in is because of Urza-Saga, and they don't draw it. And also we got Field of Ruin in the main, but like, I don't know. Break the Ice is just way more narrow, but it admittedly is like excellent against Tron and E-Tron. Like it's freaking amazing. It single-handedly makes Tron possibly winnable. It's still unfavored, but I mean it actually puts Tron in the winnable camp. And that alone is enough for me to play it, at least for now, because I have beat Tron a few times, which is just like, I think makes me ecstatic. Anyway, we got Pithing Needle too, that can also help with Tron, like Expedition map, Oblivion Stone map, all that good stuff. Plus, he can help the extra hate against Planeswalkers, and I don't know, just a nice kind of card, because Black doesn't traditionally have like straight artifact and enchantment removal too. You can name stuff like Thopter Foundry, Necromentia for combo decks, just like with the budget version. I guess I forgot to mention that, but yeah, Necromentia's in that budget version too, and it's here again, and I mean, what can I say? Like, against decks like Calibrated Blast, you got to deal with Calibrated Blast. Against decks that rely on Amulet Titan and try to win on the spot with it, you got to deal with Amulet Titan. And a lot of times the only decks that give us the only decks that are basically unwinnable are decks that, as long as they can get to one card, they just get us. And because a lot of times they don't even need that to be in their hand, they got enough ways to draw into it or tutor it or something. But Necromancer is cool because it can just take out all those win cons. But yeah, and then of course Ratchet-Bomb, we all know what that does. Oh yeah, and I forgot to mention in the budget version, we can swap our Blast Zones for our Field of Ruins. I just got some extra space to work with, and Blast Zone is a surprisingly serviceable card. Very good, actually. That takes us to maybe the spiciest deck of all that I have lately. Although that mono blue control deck has got to be a spice-tastic possibility right there, I think. But yeah, I mean, I present Obosh Black and can't play Collective Brutality, which is my favorite non Inquisition discard spell. Yes, I know this is not a budget deck, so I'm not playing Duress for budget reasons. This is the budget deck. This deck, we play whatever we think is best, and believe it or not, I think Duress is best. And it just mostly goes back to Castle Locthwain. Like, life is basically cards, and I don't know what to say. Just I hate late in the game. I sometimes draw a bunch of Duresses like off the top, and it adds up. If I draw 2-3 Duresses, and the opponent sometimes doesn't even have cards to take, or even if they do have cards to take, that just adds up. The game just goes on for a while, and I don't know. I've been seeing more people play Duress, actually, believe it or not. I think other people are realizing, man, this card was in my Nether Go deck, and this is one of the reasons why I just fell in love with Nether Go. This card is nuts, and it just got overshadowed because, I mean, Inquisition I think is pretty indisputably better, but man, oh man, this card never became bad, and it's still good. It still does what it always did. It's definitely more narrow than Thoughtseize. It's definitely more narrow than Inquisition, but not by as much as you'd think. It can still hit most of the stuff you want to hit, because the bottom line is, the reason why this has been a mainstay in black decks pretty much ever since it was printed in Urza-Saga. At least it was in mine, and from what I understand, it was basically in all of them. It's immediately became the gold standard for targeted discard until Thoughtseize first kind of displaced it, and then later Inquisition. And it was, again, the reason why this isn't displacing it for us is because Thoughtseize is particularly bad with Castle Locthwain. But yeah, Duress. I mean, we got so much creature removal that a lot of times it's the non-creatures that we're more worried about. But yeah. Dismember is an excellent card because it's going to be played at 1 mana or 2 or 3, and it doesn't conflict with Obosh, so I like that. It's basically similar cards. We cannot play Mishra's Bauble, so it's got to be Conjurer's Bauble. We can also do the same Blast Zone, Field of Ruin, 16 black sources, because once again, Liliana doesn't cost triple black like Gatekeeper, so we have a little more flexibility with our lands. But yeah, Conjurer's Bauble, you'd be surprised. This does a decent enough imitation of Mishra's Bauble. I've been surprisingly liking it, and it just helps make sure that our Lurrus always has some value to bring to the table when they come into play. So sideboard, Pithing Needle, we've seen that before. Necromancer, we've seen that before. But here's some different cards. Evil Presence, I mean, what the heck? This is some people didn't even know this card was reprinted. It was an alpha and beta, I think. But so here's the deal. I mean, as you could probably intuit, I can't play Break the Ice or Lithiform Blight because of Obosh. Obosh doesn't just care about permanents like Lurrus. It actually cares about all instants and sorceries and everything. And I could play Fulminator Mage. I've got my Fulminator Mages, I think, ready to go unless I sold them back already. But the problem with Fulminator Mage is it doesn't stop Tron on turn 3. I mean, I've got Field of Ruin already on turn 3 as a pretty good way to hate on Tron, but I really want a sideboard card that can actually stop Tron from reaching Tron by turn 3, and the only thing I can think of that doesn't conflict with Obosh is Evil Presence. And honestly, this card isn't that bad. I remember like I think way long ago in like a Phyrexian Obliterator black that I had way back when. I think I won a game against Burn because I didn't have much to bring in, and I brought an Evil Presence. I'm not saying this is a good strategy, but I'm just saying, like, you can juke people sometimes if you got anything better, like, you can take out some like Fatal Push or Dismember and against decks that don't have a lot of creatures. Anyway, but not necessarily like against Burn, you want to keep those in, but I remember actually like juke a Burn player out by like Evil Presencing like 3 other lands, and I think they couldn't play anything else after that. That was like all they had, or they had like 1 red mana and they couldn't play any of their red-white cards, or yeah. That doesn't make this card like fantastic or anything, but I think it's the best Tron hate that we can supplement our Field of Ruin with in an Obosh build, which admittedly is not that great, but the fact that it also deals with Lurrus-Saga for 1 mana, I mean, it has its uses, and again, doesn't conflict with Obosh. And then we got Bantu's Last Dragon. What is this doing? Well, since we don't have Ratchet Bomb, we can't necessarily deal with like token swarms or a lot of like converted mana cost swarm creatures or pro black as effectively. And guess what Bantu's Reckoning does? It can deal with swarms of creatures, it can deal with pro black, it can deal with all of that stuff. And since it actually costs 3, one of the only 3 mana wraths that I'm aware of, although there's like a new one that was printed in I think Strixhaven or whatever it's called, or Kaldheim in for white, but this is like pretty much an unconditional 3 mana wrath. It does have a fairly hefty drawback of preventing us from untapping our lands next turn, but arguably this is better than Damnation anyway a lot of the times, because a lot of times with these kind of sweepers, if they resolve, you win. So anything that either helps you, play like a discard and this card in the same turn, or just makes it so that you don't get screwed out from playing it by getting mana screwed, can make a huge difference. But either way, Damnation is off the table regardless because we got Obosh, and I've been liking it so far. Have been liking having access to a sweeper. So yeah, it's good stuff, and not sure what else to say. Just I guess we'll get to the games, and yeah, thanks again everybody. Not sure if I'm going to do a post league. Probably not, I'm thinking. So just try to remember it's been great, and thanks everybody, and yeah, I really hope you enjoy. Yeah, let me know if you have any questions, but this I can try to keep this updated, but like things do change quite quickly. But at least I wanted to do this update because my hope is from here on out the changes won't be as substantial. But after a lot of experimenting with the black, the red, and the blue decks, I think these changes have definitely improved the decks quite a bit. Obviously, the Obosh version isn't that different because that was probably one of my most refined decks. But yeah, all right. Anyway, hope you all enjoy. Definitely looking forward to this, and yeah, whether this is like added on to the last video or this is a new one, either way, I hope you enjoy. All right, take care, everybody. All right, we're gonna be trying the Infect deck. This is where we might take our first loss because realistically, yeah, I'll keep. I mean, this is one card. This is a Might of Old Krosa away from a turn 2 kill on the play. But this deck is kind of hit or miss. I might try for another one if I take a loss here. But if I take another loss after that, then I might just leave it be. Because like if you just hit the wrong matchup with Infect, there's just not much you can do. I might just leave it be after this, even if I do just take a loss. I mean, I'm hoping that people will pay attention. Well, I mean, actually, this is kind of literally the best matchup, I think. I mean, I don't get arrogant or anything, but like, literally, I think this is the best matchup. The only problem is, I guess we can go get, even getting Pendelhaven, it's a little bit dubious. Ideally, we'd like to rip another Pump Spell, because this is like our best matchup. I might want to go get Yawgmoth Nexus, because if they wipe the board somehow, then I'm going to need to attack with that. Well, I get to have my cake and eat it too, don't I? Well, I don't know. Bring down a 1. Yeah, I do get to have my cake and eat it too, and I'll explain why. I'll go get Pendelhaven. And this puts them in a position where they're gonna have, where they have to, they're gonna have, it gets difficult because they're gonna have to either put a gigantic and deal with Yawgmoth Nexus, or deal with, yeah, or deal with the Glistener that was like they would kind of need to like wipe the board and something or like possible, but well. I didn't. This is literally the first time I'm playing with this. I wasn't like fishing for like a good matchup like this to show. I'm not gonna lie though. Like I did when I kicked it off with the Mono White deck. The 4 times Bag of Holding list was kind of not doing it for me. Maybe that's not a surprise to anybody. You know, maybe that's not a surprise to anybody. So that's why I kind of settled on some of these more recent changes. Yeah, so let's focus on the game at hand. So it's Tron. That means we want Beast Within, especially with 8 mana rampers. We don't have Ghost Quarter. That sucks a little bit. I think we're still going to be fine. I don't think Apostle's Blessing literally does anything. We could try to play Sorcerous Spyglass. I'm not entirely sure what that really does. Could name their Planeswalkers, because if you think about it, we don't care about Wormcoil Engine. Urlamog takes a long time to get online, even for Tron. Unless they happen to have double tower, which they do sometimes. We're worried about Karn Liberated down ticking on our Yawgmoth. Honestly, Ujin's not as big of a deal as it seems because it can't interact with our Yawgmoth. On the draw, we may actually want. I just can't imagine taking on an Infect creature. You know what I can imagine though? Taking out Sajiri Step. That's fundamentally there for something just a little different. That's there for like punching through blockers more than anything. To a lesser extent, setting up a good turn with removal, but yeah, they don't really have color blockers. I don't even see Jegantha. So yeah, so taking out Sajiri Step. That good catch by me there at the end there. This hand has no Infect creatures. It's a big nothing burger. Alright, well this hand can produce a turn 2 Yawgmoth Nexus. It's by no means an amazing hand. I don't think we need basic forest, oddly enough, because we're going to have a lot of lands, because we're going to fetch another land with Sylvan Scrying. If we have another 1-drop, since we happen to have our Yavimaya, we can go get Yawgmoth Nexus and then tap it for green, which is nice. Still not worth it having this as a 4-of though. I think I've run into like legendary issues more than I would like, and also the green ability hasn't come up as much as you'd think. And the main reason why is because I tried to go overboard with the colorless sources. All right, let's do this. Tried to go overboard with the colorless sources, But then that just doesn't work under normal circumstances. But then so now I've got a hefty amount of green sources, which means that the effect doesn't really, even here, it's not necessarily making that big of a difference. It's pretty free as a one-of, but I just don't think. Now, this could easily be GG. I'm just a little bit worried that they've got some type of a dismember or something. That being said, I can't really play around it, I don't think. So I guess I just have to go for it. Hopefully they don't have dismember, that would suck. Oh, we could have played around it, but... Let's see if being patient and waiting one more turn would have done it. The problem is they were ramping so hard to Tron anyway. If they weren't threatening Tron next turn, I probably wouldn't have had to go for it, but... See what I mean, though? Even against Tron, it's not as straightforward as you'd think. This might be Chalice of the Void. Oh, okay. Let's do this. I think this is like the only Planeswalker they have as like a 4-of. I could be wrong. Alright, well, Oblivion Stone, that's cool. We'll name Karn Liberated again, I think. Alright, well, that effectively dealt with that. Walking Ballista is also a nightmare. They got another Spatial Contortion, that's something to keep in mind. Well, at least I'm threatening to pack on the pound, so to speak. Actually, that just pumped it. Oh, maybe never mind. I actually kind of wish I didn't make it. I wish in a rare case, if this didn't pump, I'd be threatening lethal next turn. I mean, if it didn't can't be target of spells or abilities. Let's see. See if they get. Okay. Well, that's pretty good, I think. Inky Mothy. I could put Lurrus to hand. What would that bring me back though? Sorcerer's Spyglass doesn't really do that much. I'll just wait till end of turn so I can crack Horizon Canopy. Maybe I should have just cracked right away because I'm turning off Karn anyway, so maybe no big deal. Yeah, I probably should have just cracked this on my turn. If I wasn't like turning off Karn, then you know. But anyway. That's why a lot of times. Oh, I should have just cycled that. I'm playing kind of loose here. Not gonna lie. I still think I got this. Yeah. See this. I mean, well, you know, that was not bad luck to have that dismember. I mean, you know, that's why we were kind of, you know, I don't know, we're in a good mood. We would have gotten salty normally. I mean, normally, I mean, not necessarily in the grand scheme of things, but maybe like this last week or so, for whatever reason, been a little bit worse of a mood for some reason, but starting to feel better. That was a cool game. Okay, all right. Let's go to the first match. Let's see here. We definitely, I think we want to play Cathar Commando. We get to draw a card. We played Esper Sentinel, they played Aether Vow, and we drew a card off of Aether Vow coming into play, so that's nice. Fortunately, we're a little down on the clock. Thanks to the opponent for waiting. We let them know we had something going on, but you know, I try to let them know if I'm going to be gone for an excessive amount of time. Unfortunately, I can't always do that. Something pops up suddenly, but here I was able to, and hopefully it's all good. Let's see how the game goes. Hopefully it's not Esper Sentinel. Well, actually, even if it is, no biggie. Ready. Alright, that's fine. So we need to hit probably the Aether Vial. I don't feel bad about just saying that. Let's see. Let's see. La, 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 la. Gotta give credit to this name, Ravioli Rhapsody. What a wonderful name. Aether Vial.
Meddling Mage. Oh, Thalia's Lieutenant, okay. I need some creature removal. I'm not going to block. Okay, alright. Let's see here. I definitely want to play this. I need to maybe play both of these. I don't know what that's really going to accomplish, though. Yeah, we need to do that. And we need to play 3-up in the Spectre, I guess. I don't know, I'm very iffy about all of this. Ideally, I want to threaten to block the Thalia's Lieutenant to soak up some damage. I'll probably have to chump the champion. We'll see. They'll probably need Path Exile. Oh, Wrath of God, reasonable choice. And another 2 mana or less creature. Okay. Well, I guess I'll try to double block the Thalia's Lieutenant. And taking the rest is brutal, but gotta block the Thalia's Lieutenant. Every little bit, you know what I mean? At least I get 1 left over. I'm gonna go to 4. If I have an extra blocker left over, it may not be necessarily. Yeah, that might be GG. Oh, man. Oh, man. I guess we might as well. But the problem is we don't have access to, what's it called on 6? Because we have to pay 7 now because of Thalia to win to abandon. They must be afraid of Wrath of God, but there's nothing to be afraid of here. It's just, yeah. Well, this hand probably wasn't getting there no matter what. See, that's why I need Secluded Step, because, like, if I just get mana flooded like this, I need, yeah, just no removal that game. That can definitely be a problem sometimes if I just never draw. More Settle the Wreckage comes in. Sometimes I wonder if I should just main deck the Settle the Wreckages again, because otherwise matchups like these are just so difficult. I think a couple Sorcerer Spyglasses. I don't want to overdo it, and a couple Shadow Spares is probably the way to go. I don't think we need 4 Firewalker. Cathar Commando can be good, both for surprise blocks and to deal with Aether Vial, in case I don't Sorcerer Spyglass. Yeah, and Esper Sentinel is just too gimmicky. Sometimes, I mean, yeah, we draw a card off of Aether Vial, and we deterred another one from coming down, but at the end of the day, I don't think this is not the matchup where Esper Sentinel shines the most. But I like it. 2 Sorcerer Spyglasses should be fine. I just don't want to be completely cold to control game 1, and I think having 8 arguably dead cards, Pathin wins. Although Path is not truly dead. Okay. It's just barely acceptable. Okay. This could still go south, though. I have no removal. And I didn't see any of my 8 removal spells. There's no guarantee I'm going to see any of 12 removal spells in the top, say, 30 cards. I know that seems ridiculous, but I've been there. That doesn't mean we should mull, though, and expect that we're not going to draw into cards that we play as like a 12 of. Although, obviously, what we kind of need is we kind of need the Settle the Wreckage. But I don't know, color me naive, but especially after last game. But I am a believer that we can draw into it. We do draw a lot of cards in this deck. Is joining me. Okay, well, the cat left. Okay, that is what it is. We'll try to play end of turn Cathar Commando. If we can get to the point where we can Cathar Commando and then equip Shadow Spear, we might not. We might actually be in a pretty decent spot. We'll see. Okay, I think that's probably what we're going to do next turn. Cathar Commando and then try to gain the life back. And they can block, but that's kind of what we want them to do. Shadow Spear is super helpful in the humans matchup. Single-handedly makes us win the race. 8-point life swing, very nice. In racing situations, that's where lifelink is really good. Against control, not as much. But where there's a race, Shadow Spear is happy to help. Ooh, now they're hitting for 6, but I'm still making 8-point life swings. They're making 6, so I still might be coming out ahead on this. We shall see. I'm gonna attack. Let's see if they block or not. Maybe we can Settle the Wreckage. We'll see. It might look like we're holding up Field of Ruin or cracking a clue token, so maybe they don't notice. And they got 12 ways to mess us up, though. Thalia, what's it called? Bootleg, and Meddling Mage, but thankfully it looks like we get to do this anyway, so cool stuff. Alright, now we know the Field of Ruin is virtually free. bad, not bad. That really helps them play defense. Okay, Cathar Commando can't come out again. Let's see if we can draw into something good here. Ooh. Let's do this. Let's do this for sure. Hopefully they don't draw into a Thalia or a Bootlegger, or they don't know to name wins with Meddling Mage. You can only hope. I don't think they can play a Kaiso Freebooter because they don't have black. And they don't have Aether Valen too. Very reasonable. Very reasonable. Yeah, let's just take. I could live to regret that, but I guess I should have attacked first, because then if they did a chump block, it would have. Yeah, I should have totally attacked first. I mean, they are at like 3, so. Okay. Okay, good thing that didn't come out yet. Alright, we can Cathar Commando both of these. Alrighty. Yeah, all the cards they needed, just coming a bit too late. Alrighty. I don't think I'm gonna get greedy. Let's just continue on with this plan. me see. Alright, definitely Lurrus. Yeah. I'm gonna risk it. Hope they don't have Esper Sentinel. That punishes hands like this a lot. They're probably thinking long and hard about their hand. If we might force them to overrate having the meddling mages, the Kitso freebooters, and the Thalias. So they might have a super aggressive hand. I might be wondering if they should put it back, because a super aggressive hand without any disruption just gets hit by Settle the Wreckage. I could see that. I could see that being the case. So they did mulligan. They mulligan twice, in fact. It looks like. That's got to be disappointing. I'll wait on this in case they got freebooter. They can't, unfortunately, just yield in case they've got like a Stony Silence or something, like it's happened before, and then we're like, ugh. I think I'll just do this now. Let's just do this now. Not bad. In case we draw another. Let's see the reason to attack. Champion of Paris. Meddling Mage, probably naming Settle the Wreckage. Oh, okay. Well, they do have an aggressive hand. I kind of feel like they had an aggressive hand to begin with, and then decided to be a little bit more cautious. Better for worse, I'm gonna do this. Because in theory, these things are going to be larger next turn. Alright. This could be a mistake holding back, but I'm gonna... Let's see here. Might want to pick off a few of these, just in case, if we can. But we do want to hold on to the Winds of Advantage because it is much better on 6 than it is on 2. We shall see, we shall see, we shall see. just chump block with just a 3-bin. Maybe I should triple block. They can literally kill everything though. No, let's just do this. Triple blocking does not seem like the way to go. Okay, let's hold back. And, you know, if they just attack with Dolly's Lieutenant, I'll probably chump block again. And then I'll probably Field to Ruin it in a turn and crack. Nice. Alright, so we're still going to try to hold up Settled Arcades. If we can get to next turn, we can just Winds of Abandon. I don't know, this is how I chose to play it. Things could go wrong. This is how I chose to play it. We'll just block the Thalia, right? Or just take. Just take. I guess we could have played Castle Ardenvale. Maybe we should have and chump blocked. Yeah, why not? Yeah, I should have totally used Castle Ardenvale to produce a token. It's better than taking them off one land. I shouldn't have taken 4 damage. Okay, that came late. For the attack, I'll probably chump block with the Arbiter. Alright, another Winds, we'll take it. See Comb Close is in their hand. Okay, I respect this. Recruiter is not nice. They should probably go get Kitesail Freebooter. But then they might just die to the backswing. Yeah, I think they gotta try to kill me, maybe with another Mantis Rider. Oh, what a nail biter. They need Freebooter, because what Freebooter will do is it provides a blocker, and it takes a Settle out of my hand. And Thalia might work too. Thalia might be better because it would actually make a heck of a. Okay, right. It's fine. Okay. I think that's GG because they block this, and they still take 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Alright. GG's. Oh man. Thanks for waiting. Okay, match. The next match with Blinkblade. Let's see. I'll keep. This is one reason to play Secluded Step because this hand will be pretty flooded. if not for Secluded Step, but since we can cycle it, I think this hand is okay. And yeah, so we shall see. Well, let's try for Stoneblade and see. Well, maybe we'll wait one turn. I think, because I think playing Stoneblade with Ephemerate up is going to be a lot stronger than not Ephemerate. This is Phoenix. Phoenix! I remember, what's his name? Chief Thunder from Killer Instinct. His projectile move was Phoenix! Alright. Alright, so let's do Field of Ruin. Let's play. I could wait until we have double Ephemerate, but I'm not going to get that greedy because, I don't know, because they could already just counter this and just make this somewhat of a bad strategy to wait, but I decided to keep one Ephemerate up. Plus, actually, I wouldn't be able to. Actually, I guess I could have played this tapped, then try to set up for double Ephemerate next turn, but yeah. Yeah, they're probably just going to counter anyway. Okay, fine. Looks like Blue Moon. Let's see here. Actually, a Blood Moon would be very not good for us right here. And I'm smelling that's exactly what's going to happen. We're going to need a field next turn, like, okay. Murktide. Looks like Murktide. You need like a Solitude or a Path. Alright, we've got the tools. Okay, that's not bad. Man, I do not like being so vulnerable to Blood Moon here, but I have to. I mean, let's go for it. Let's see. They could spell Pierce us, bro, or Force Negation us, bro. Let me think about something. Okay, fine. Alrighty. We ephemerate this on our turn. Let's see. Let's do this. Ephemerate again in response if they. Okay. That's not bad. I kind of want a Field of Ruin. I guess I could also play this. It's probably greedy. The goal is to Field of Ruin on their turn. With that keep. Okay, let's do that. I mean, I don't know. Okay. Let's go for it. We may need to hold up this card. Yeah, hold up. I don't know, but it's almost the same thing, isn't it? Like holding this up and trying to buy one more turn. What's the difference? Yeah, we're just gonna crack the clue token. I'm gonna play this. Alright. If we had the both the Path and the Solitude the turn they dropped the Murktide, we would have been able to get around their counter magic, but you know, that's what it is. Play Sanctum Prelate, probably on 2, although I don't know. Yeah, no Relic of Progenitus for sure. We could also play I don't know, I don't know how. Yeah. So Skyclave Operation is probably not that good in this particular matchup. Raven Inspector is probably pretty good. Will of Omens. Flicker Wisp. I guess Flicker Wisp would have done it too. Yeah, you know what? Sanctum Prelate seems a little iffy. Yeah, this seems good. We don't have a way to deal with Chalice of the Void. I don't think they play that though. We could play it because they seem to play a lot of 1-drops. But then we turn off a lot of our 1-drops. Yeah, no, I think we can grind with them. Part of me wants to play Rest in Peace and just make Murktide uncastable basically. That could be an option for sure. We don't seem to play anything that explicitly uses the graveyard. So yeah, you know what? We might want to do that. That might be a very simple change we can make. But Rest in Peace, I don't know. Depends on the matchup. What's good about Rest in Peace is it's not as good at multiples. You can play 4 Settle the Wreckage and 3 Rest in Pieces, but then in some matchups you really need that as a 4-of. Hey. We might want to just play out Secluded Stump. I don't know though. Cycling it might not be the worst either. Yeah, I think we want to play this out. And in fact, I think I should have played it out instead of the last time, but I guess we'll see. Guess we'll do that. You know, I can play Solitude next turn. Works for me. We'll hold on to Flicker Wisp. It'll just eat an instant removal spell. Ideally, we want this to combo with like a Wall of Omens or something. I guess this is actually pretty good at removing Chalice too, now that I think about it, because it comes back on 0. We don't have anything on 0. Effectively removing Chalice, like, and sticking around. You don't have to rely on just Skyclave Apparition. Going for Murktide. Oh, okay. Prismari Command. That's a little bit interesting. It is a little interesting. We're playing the waiting game. And see, this is where 3-bit Inspector can really shine. I could play Flicker Wisp, but, you know, the odds of them just lightning bolting this in response seem pretty high. This would be an ideal Flicker Wisp target, though. I think they just have to deal with this as is. And they are like milling themselves. I wonder if we can just win on them decking themselves. Just in case of Blood Moon. I mean, sure, but they're gonna have to discard cards. And I wish I could play like little 1/1 tokens here with Castle. It is something to consider. In board stalls like this, just being able to produce little 1/1 tokens can be quite the board stall breaker. That is fine. I'm going to take this opportunity to just cast Solitude right now. He gets to hold up path and end a turn. They can't play counterspell, and I gotta deal with that Snapcaster sooner or later. Let's see here. Let's see what their move is. Alright, that's fine. Yeah, I think they actually probably wanted to counter that. Okay, now this they're going to definitely counter. You would think, at least. I'll probably land Flicker Wisp, I guess, after this. I don't know why I'm leading on this. Maybe no, yeah, I know I'm leading on this because I'm going to crack it, probably. I don't know. Yeah, I'm going to crack it if they let me. Oh, that's pretty good against Snapcaster. They could hold it up. Not too worried about Murktide. Okay. Yeah, let's just hold it up against Snappy. Alright, we're going to do this on our Wall of Omens. If they try to remove the Wall of Omens in response, we could ephemerate it, which might not be a bad idea. Subtlety. Choices. So path that on upkeep. Yeah, maybe we just crack the relic. Yeah, I'll just crack the relic now. Just seems like a better time to do that. I'm gonna play Subtlety again. Okay. Pretty good use of Flicker Wisp, I think. I don't know that they can actually deal with this since they don't have Delirium anymore. I don't even know if they play Unholy Heat. They probably do. Petty Theft. Well, I mean, I guess we'd still draw a card again on the back end. We could ephemerate it, but nah, it's just. I mean, it's fine. I think we're fine with that. Well, man, ephemerating it could have been sweet, but we're not exposed. I don't know. Get to draw a card again on the back end. They have quad lightning bolt. I can still take going to 14. I can put Blast Zone to 3. Might not be a bad idea. Dang, such a gutsy attack. Makes me wonder if they're like chock full of lightning bolts in their hand. Well, we're putting this to 3. I don't care what y'all think. Yeah, they have to. I could try to ephemerate. And they'll respond with Bolt, but yeah, let's try. But the Bolt will take some heat off my face if they respond with Bolt. I should have totally ephemerated the Wall of Omens in response, in retrospect. That would have been the best way to get full value out of ephemerate. Oh, okay. Now, it is worth noting I can Solitude one of my own creatures in order to Oh no, I'm not about that. I guess I could play this now, can't I? I may have to Solitude my own Temur Inspector, my own Flicker Wisp. I'll probably have to block with Wisp. I'll block with Wisp. That's fine. I'll path that into the turn. That's not too bad. Maybe I should have attacked with the Bugbear. I'm so gun-shy about that. Okay. Batter Skull for sure. Mortar Pod could have been good though, definitely. Not gonna dispute that. We want to be able to end a turn Solitude, and then our turn Solitude a Murktide if they play it. Okay, they're just conceding because they're taking too much time. I think we just drew too many cards, and okay. Oof, what a game. This makes me wonder, but yeah, we still want Ephemerate. I think that the fundamentals here are solid. I think they are. Yeah. Relic seems to do a good enough job controlling the Murktide, so maybe that's all we need. Okay. This might not be enough, but I'm going to try to make it work. Having 2 pieces removal in our hand now against Murktide seems like it could pay dividends. And we'll just cycle probably Secluded Step in a turn. Or we could actually, honestly, maybe we just want to play Secluded Step. But see, this is the strength of Cave of the Frost Dragon. If we don't have like a basic Plains, which we don't here, then this won't come into play tapped, which is a good thing. Okay, so we've got choices here. We could play Solitude, but if we play Solitude, now let's Path it. No, let's Solitude. Oh, that's so close, such a close call. No, let's Path it because we want to get to 5 mana for Solitude. And now we have Solitude mana in our hand. We might want to Ephemerate this if they target it. Okay, good, they don't. Next turn they may want to Flicker Wisp and then, you know, Ephemerate if they try to burn it in response, but they almost certainly will. Then if they burn it again, then we're in deep trouble. So maybe not. Flicker Wisp is quite a downgrader type card to, okay, if we would have known we draw all this, we would definitely wouldn't have played out the Solitudes. Yeah, let's keep it like this. Going for our face. Okay, so what I think I'm going to do is I think I'm going to Ephemerate this right now because I want this to be untapped to block, and I don't want them to burn this in response. If they force negation, that's fine. Plus I also get a token, which is nice. I will definitely trade, or maybe not actually. No, I'll trade. Okay, good. They want to use a burn spell on this, be my guest. Okay, they don't. Flicker Wisp are a pseudo removal spell for the, okay. We'll hold up Cracking the Clue. Okay, so I can get a 6/6 Murktide. I can try to cut it down to size though with my Flicker Wisps. can't bolt snap bolt me, so. Alrighty. I can't help but feel like they're playing a little bit suboptimally, but I'm not going to judge. Patience is definitely the key to this matchup. Man, they're so aggressively going for my face. I'm just a little bit surprised by that. Okay, like this, they could have bolt. I'm gonna go for Solitude now. They can't counter. It has lifelink, so they have to do something about it. Oh, they're gonna Subtlety. It's not too bad. And we can still put it on top of our library. Just hope they don't have double bolt in their hand. I mean, they would have had to rip a bolt. Okay, don't bolt, snap bolt just yet. Okay. I kind of want to Flicker Wisp my Dragon Inspector. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Now let's just equip. See if they do something in response. If they do, I may just Flicker my Mortar Pod, which maybe I should have done from the very beginning. But I don't know. Gain control of target creature. Okay, we can Flicker Wisp our own Dragon Inspector then. Don't mind if I do. Hopefully we can do that. Yeah, that's a good one. That is a very good one. I like it. I like it. And now if they bolt me, I can Solitude my Flicker Wisp to gain 3 life. Double bolt me, that is. Okay. Let's do this again. We don't have much time. Okay. I don't know how we ended up so far ahead on cards. I guess because they kept throwing bolts at our face. The use of creatures, though, for incremental damage is definitely more long-term card advantage. Let's just do that. There's no reason not to, just in case they have Blood Moon, which I assume they do. This is... We don't have much time. That was a mistake. If they have Bolt, then we're... Oh no, we can always Solitude targeting itself. Yeah, I forgot about that. As long as we trigger it effectively. Solitude enters the battlefield except one other target creature. Yeah, we just have to stack it so that it resolves first. Yeah. We can Solitude eating itself. That's always nice. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. I'll probably counter this. I think this effectively gives them like one turn though. Subtlety. Alright, well we have an answer to that. Two bolts. Maybe that was a mistake. That might have got them one step closer to a bolt. Either way, GG's. If they rip a bolt off the top, sploosh. Oh no, I also shouldn't have done that because I need to... I need to be able to return this if they have a braid. Murktide-Moon, okay. I can contain that with Flicker Wisp. Yeah, let's Flicker Wisp this. Actually, I could have also Path, but good to have Path as an instant. Yeah, alright. I didn't see them really coming back from that. I mean, they had like one turn to draw. Well, we were shitting bricks, but we got there. Ooh. Ooh, I can't remember. Did they win? Did they win a game? I can't remember. Oh well, either way. For some reason that felt like we were gonna lose the whole marbles, but maybe not. I can't remember if they took... Oh yeah, they did win the first one. Right, cool. Okie dokie match. I guess the last match with the mono white decks, the unleashed power of the mono white Weenie deck that has Lurrus and doesn't, yeah, not the Blink Blade, but the Lurrus version. With the unleashed power that is, okay. Yeah, let's just play this out. Let's do this. Let's do this. Yeah, now that we get to play Lurrus-Saga, let's see how much all these random artifacts will help out. It should be pretty good. Okay, good stuff, good stuff, good stuff. Okay, looks like a quasi-burn deck. Probably the red deck wins type deck. A deck after my own heart. Oh, would have been nice to have that last turn, although maybe not. Might just be a little bit gleh. So we'll play this, and then we'll just pass. And I know if we have Mishra's Bauble on top, we have to wait one more turn, but I may need to pass this, but all things being equal, I'm probably going to want to save the path with Young Pyromancer. Hopefully this Esper Sentinel slows him down. Or draws me cards. Either way. Yeah. I'll probably sack the Soul Guide Lantern. Young Peasy. Young Peasy. Let's path. I really don't want them untapping with that. Ooh, Corefire Walker. Good thing we did that. Corefire Walker. Yeah, I'll play this out. I didn't want to play it out, but like we're not drawing other lands, so got to hit Starland drops. Main deck Corefire Walker must be like, yo, bro, really? Are you really doing this? Come on, man. Come on, why you gotta do me like that, bro? Yeah, and you know, as one red player to another, I apologize because I love red, but red would completely decimate me most likely without this. See what I mean, man? Kill Fiend. Look at all this. Sploosh. I think Esper Sentinel is doing work. That's the thing about Esper Sentinel, when it's really doing its thing, sometimes it can be hard to tell. It's definitely the best early in the game, though. That is one of the issues with it, is when you draw it later, sometimes it can be very underwhelming. But man, oh man, can this thing be annoying early in the game. Gotta hit our land drops. Yay. So I'm not gonna be clever. I'm gonna hit the path. Yeah, I'm not gonna bluff. Although it could be useful to have, but I'm just gonna play this. In case we draw a Mishra's Bauble, we want to be able to immediately. Okay, good. And that is good for us. You know, so people start main decking Corefire Walker. Next thing you know, people are going to main deck Kozilek's Return. Ugh. But that day may not be now, and at least they'll take out their own Kiln Fiend if they do. See, I think this was doing work. I think this was doing work. If they had stomped, you'd think they would have stomped this Sentinel. No Pirate Spellbomb, please, no Pirate Spellbomb. Ooh. Ooh, that would hurt. That would be like, ouch. Hiya, 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 hiya. And if they got Stomp, I don't know why they didn't use it on the Esper Sentinel. Okay. Yeah, so like they might be thinking, oh, this MHayashi guy can't be bluffed. But the truth of the matter is I don't think that they would purposefully play poorly just to bluff me. I don't know. Yeah, let's do it. Let's do it. Oops. Maybe I have to do this. I don't think they're a graveyard deck for this last words. Alright. We'll turn off auto yields so we can yield properly to these things. I could attack, but that's a little bit dubious when they have 2 Companionless. I can attack after I Winds of Abandon. Yes. Always yes. Always yes. Always yield. Oh, this is regular Mono Red Prowess. The classic. The classic deck. After all of our hearts. The one, the true, the only. Old school Mono Red Prowess. Love at the heart. Hey, hey. Young Peasy USA. Yeah. Good thing I held on to Path. Let's see here. So ideally we want to hit an untapped land next turn for wins. That'd be nice. That'd be juicy. That would be uber juice. That would be uber juice. But if not, we'll probably just path the Pyromancer and go about our way. Ugh. I don't know, maybe we don't need to path, because we're going to have such a juicy Winds of Abandon, actually, so we don't need to path. I am not getting frisky. No siree, Bob. If I don't draw land next turn, I'm probably going to get back Soul Guide Lantern and go for the Lava Dart. So at least I have a better turn against RT. I don't know why I didn't play. Oh, anyway, let's do this. Mistress Factory. Yeah, I take it back. I have to play Mistress Factory, and the reason why is because, oh yeah, I know I didn't play Cathar, because it's just going to get lava darted. Okay, that's fine. Alrighty. Let's see here. Forbidden Friendship. Oh yeah. They are forbidden friendshipping. Same standard sorcery. See how dead we would be without these core firewalkers? How mega dead. These are essential against the powerful color that is red. Insane power that is red. First, I thought this card was stupid and I shouldn't print it, but considering red up me are a lot of control and power level, probably this was necessary. This is like the hardest red hate ever printed. Pro red. When a player casts a spell, you gain 1 life. It's like some kind of joke. But I remember red was just out of control powerful in Zendikar Standard. This was necessary. Alright, it is with much displeasure that I have to bid you farewell, Lurrus. King under the mountain. King under the Lurrus. Oh, there's another lava dart. See what they got on top. Skewer the critics, good to know. Alright, well, we can't do it this turn then. They might go for like an Alpha Strike. They're getting so mana flooded, this is like not fair to them, because they might have all basic mountains though, so we might actually just clear their deck of the rest of their mountains. Which is maybe something I hadn't considered when I was thinking of Winzing. Oh my god, another lava dart? Wow. No reason not to block this and this. I can play Cathar Commander, but it's just going to eat a dart so easily. It's the easiest dart ever. Alright, Winds of Abandon. And then let's see how many mountains they play. We might actually completely thin them from the rest of their deck. That might have been a reason. Nah, that wasn't a reason to path. Because they would have had these other tokens no matter what, so like, all we really did is Maybe give them 3 more lands. Winds of Abandon. Holy moly. One-sided Wrath of God, but they get lands. Most decks, other than this one, can't really abuse the lands that badly, but... Yep. Searching for every single last remaining mountain. So they're basically going to draw gas for the rest of the game. All like 20 mountains basically out on the battlefield. And the crazy thing is we still might be able to keep ahead. That's the power of Core Firewalker. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it now. Let's finally go on the aggression. Oh! Dirty dirt. Dirty dirt. This is like this feels like the same art from Cathartic Reunion. Who is this guy and his dino friend? Okay. I'm trying to take dart. Might have been better to hold up path, but Saga-Lantern still doesn't seem half bad. Putting them on a short lease. Yeah, might as well. If we put a creature to the bottom, they can block. Doesn't look like that's going to happen though. Alright, down to 3. This is a lethal attack. Next turn. Not sure how exactly they get out of this. Crash through. Trample is a good one, but I have Path at least, which is good. Wow, 15-minute game against a red deck. I think we want and need Settle the Wreckage. And I think we want and need Shadow Spear? I don't know about Shadow Spear. Yeah, really Shadow Spear. Soulguide Lantern is cool. We can definitely cut one, I think. We could try to put on Elixir of Immortality, but I don't think that's as good as Shadow Spear. Could be totally wrong on that. Could need all the life gain we can get, possibly, but alright. I guess more for burn, I think. Cathar Commando just seems so awful against Lava Dart. Esper Sentinel ain't the greatest either, but at least it makes a Lava Dart cost 2. Alright, let's do it. Alrighty, let's do this. I'll keep. Alright, let's see. Play Favorite Inspector. We want to hold Path until the last possible moment, until we can see the white in their eyes, because Settle the Wreckage would be our first line of defense, most likely. Well, I think we definitely want to do this. I don't want to go shields down. I'm not sure what we could really do with 3 mana, so I guess I'll just play that. I'll probably just crack the Soulguide Lantern and turn. Let's see. Okie dokie. Alright, let's do this. Oof. Yeah, so let's do this. Let's do this, hold up path, and then we still have wreckage. 2 wreckages next turn. Okie dokie. Okie dokie. Okie doke. Okie dokie doke. Okay, there's the lava dart on the Esper Sentinel that we were worried about. I'm sure they're going to pay it. Oh, they didn't. We drew a card. That's very sweet. How sweet of them. They left the card on top. Good for them. We'll take the hit from the Kiln Fiend. Okay. Or we might chump block it. Yeah, sorry about the fan. I know this is going to cause some background noise. Hopefully, it's kind of far away, so hopefully it'll be as minimal as possible. It was actually getting kind of hot, so for a minute there, I kind of forgot that it wasn't on, and but then obviously, like once I realized, just very hot. Alrighty. Could path it. Well, let's do this. What we are going to do is we are going to play Leon and Squire. Return. I could return. Yeah, let's return Esper Sentinel. Return Esper Sentinel. And I think we're gonna leave it at that. I could play another one, but then we cannot allow them to have a Kiln Fiend that lives. it's just not gonna. Yeah, it's just ugh. They need to light up the stage, don't they? Well, we'll eat that with Leona Square. Nice. Had to get that light up the stage, though. I don't blame him. We do get to draw a card, though, which is very sweet. Could have drawn one more if we would have had the other one out, but... Oh, man, why are they not getting their lands? Gee, man. I feel so frustrated for them. Man, I could settle the wreckage, but considering that dang it, man. Alright, let's just settle the wreckage. I don't want to give them their land drops, but at the same time, I also don't want to block with the Esper Sentinels. Forbidden friendship. Okay, young peasy. Young peasy. Young peasy. Oh yeah. So let's just path this now. I don't want. I'm worried about that thing. I don't like it. I'll draw 2 cards. It's always nice. Oh, there's an Lurrus-Saga. Wish I would have been able to play that. Oh man, I don't want to die from getting burned out. That's why I needed to land that Lurrus-Saga 1 turn earlier. This would suck, but like they could, in theory, burn us out. Okay. Seems a little bit unlikely. Okay. Okay. Okie dokie. I can at least draw 1 card off of this. I guess Winds of Abandon is going to be our jazz. why wouldn't we just gain Seal-Merfolk unless they can Lava Dart, but I'll take that risk. Well, yeah, so sorry to the opponent, I didn't mean to disrespect or anything, I don't know, it just seemed like too good of an opportunity to pass up. Scars a Saga, yeah. Two wings of a bandana. Alrighty. I guess that is that. We didn't really get to see the full power of Lurrus-Saga, but that was a long game, so that's probably going to be it for now on that one. Alright,
match, well, I should say, I guess here's the showcase for the new Jegantha Prowess build, and I just Dragon-Prowess Channeler, man, I'm telling you, like, I mean, I actually just got a trophy for those who follow me on Twitter with this list, so I thought, you know what, I haven't posted the what am I playing video yet, let's make it something special, and the question is, Swift Spear or Dragon-Prowess Channeler? Let's actually do Swift Spear, because, yeah, we get some real value here with this thing. Okay. There's a lot of people experimenting with a lot of different combo decks in the tournament practice room. But full disclosure, I've run each of these new decks, at least these the red, blue, and black decks that I'm showcasing in the new video through leagues. So even though these are probably going to all have to be tournament practice games, I still feel confident enough in them. Okay. I think I'm going to play Light Up the Stage into Dragon-Prowess Channeler. If I had one more land, I'd probably wait on playing Light Up the Stage because I'd want to play Abbott next turn, but since there's no guarantee I have a land, I'll just Light Up the Stage now. Okay. And DRC. Oh, next turn we can play Firebolt. And maybe even get Delirium, we'll see. We might want to play Abbott first, though, although we're kind of hoping for a land because we reveal a 1-drop. We're probably not going to. We're going to have to choose between it and Firebolt. But the allure of having an extra creature is pretty good. Yeah, let's play Abbott. Let's risk it. This is just maximum pressure here. Come on. Ooh. Okay, fair enough. Well, that's kind of the definition of, you know, like, it's the same thing either way. I mean, that's unfortunate, but I think it's worth getting Abbott out earlier. That's why I was thinking maybe not to play Light Up the Stage. Yeah, we're still probably going to be okay. See, this is why I love Firebolt, when we reveal it off of Abbott or Light Up the Stage. Even though I may not get like full value out of the bolt up front, I can get the other 2 value out of the graveyard at a more opportune time. Notably, I would have Delirium, as you can see. Bauble, so artifact, sorcery, creature, land. That's how easy it is to get Delirium in this deck. You don't actually need Arid Mesa, but as you can see, sometimes it does help hit Delirium, like 1 turn early, which sometimes can be the difference between winning and losing. I think we have lethal here. This is the power of prowess. This is the power of PP, or the power of prowess. This is PP we're witnessing right here. Power of Prowess, also known as PP. Alrighty. So this looks kind of like a Yawgmoth type deck, except experimenting with Garruk, which I can't blame them. Garruk isn't perhaps overlooked planeswalker, but if it is Yawgmoth, we definitely want Blood Moon. Hoo hoo hoo. Okay. I guess Seal of Fire is the most cuttable, but it is with definitely some. But you know, we did bring in another enchantment to replace it, so we'll see. Relic, we don't know for sure that it's Yawgmoth. Whatever it is, it seems to have a lot of non-basics. So let's see if Blood Moon will be good. This deck is definitely not primarily focused on Blood Moon like the mid-rangey decks are. So, but Blood Moon can still do a lot of work as a sideboard card. Yes, yes, yes. Jegantha. The Gantha. Well, yeah, we will keep. If you have any 4 fetch lands, it doesn't even have to be 4. You can play 1, 2, 3, 4. I wouldn't play more than 4, but you can play any number of fetch lands that you happen to own in any quantity, 1 through 4. I would recommend if you have them, but if you don't sweat it. Don't sweat it. It's not. You might even be able to get away with replacing Mistress Bauble with Conjurer's Bauble, but can't really deny that Mistress Bauble is a very sweet card. Oh, dang it. Apparently my 2-man started, even though I tried to get out of it before this. Well, this sucks. I don't want to keep this player waiting, so I'm just gonna concede the when my so here's what happened when this tournament practice match started. Okay, part 2. So what happened actually is I had a when my 2-man was not firing. Oh crap. Actually, I was recording the apparently I was recording the 2-man that wasn't going on by accident. Dang it, this sucks. I started a 2-man, but can I even do a replay of a Can I even do a replay? Oh, okay, cool. Oh no, that's the I'm very confused. Oh, okay, I am sorry to my tournament practice opponent. I got so confused. Oh my god. Oh, okay. So, okay, here's what happened. I was trying to have a 2-man fire. Yeah, so anyway, so we're doing the first practice match. Thankfully, we do get a 2-man. Man, that was some interesting games. I did not. Anyway, so here's what happened. I was waiting for a 2-man. It wasn't firing. Then I started a tournament practice game. Then, as soon as the tournament practice game started, I pressed X on the 2-man, but like the game lagged hard. I went to the 2-man. I forgot that apparently you have to click like, yes, I'm sure I want to leave. Before I could do that, then the game. But I'm so confused though, because this 2-man, I was about to time out due to inactivity. Anyway, I got a notification I was about to time out from something due to inactivity, and I'm like, what is that even? Anyhow's it. Yeah, so what happened is I intended to leave the 2-man and finish the tournament practice game. Oh, dang it. So if they have Archive Trap, I'm screwed. Yeah, I'm getting a little mana flooded here. Okay, good, they don't have Archive Trap. Good thing we cracked earlier rather than later then. Yep, anyway, so this is the list that I took to a trophy finish, if you follow me on Twitter. Just showcasing it here for the What Am I Playing Now deck. So, since I haven't posted it yet, I thought I might as well amend to add some more recent stuff. Hopefully they don't still play Mana Leak or something. Okay. I don't think there's any reason not to just play out a Mountain. That would be clever. Yeah, okay. I think Relic of Progenitus will be good out of the sideboard, because Relic of Progenitus basically counters that, draws a card. And it also basically makes Visions of Beyond only draw 1 card instead of 3. Well, they can Field of Ruin, force a shuffle. I guess it answers the question about whether or not I want to attack with that or play Jegantha. There's no guarantee Jegantha's gonna resolve, but I do think it's the best play right there. Okay, but this does enable us to play Dragon Rage Channeler as a backup, if and when they most likely counter Jegantha. Oh, okay. Well, or either way, we just play it. And one nice thing about the mill matchup is Dragon Rage Channeler basically starts with Delirium, which is pretty sweet. I may want to Lava Dart on upkeep, because I can't afford to draw more lands. I could barely afford to draw five lands. But obviously Den of the Bugbear helps. Okay, well, nothing I can do about that. Lurrus 2-hand. Oh, okay. More Lava Darts? More Lava Darts. Alright, but let's use a Lava Dart from our hand. Yeah, we definitely want that on top. If we draw a Swift Spear, we want to play it. Okay, that's good. We'll just play it out. Hopefully they don't have some type of Wrath. The Grapes of Wrath. And the good news is we have like unlimited Firebolts and Lava Darts and stuff in our graveyard. The bad news is if they Tasha us, they could one-shot us. And we don't have enough Lava Darts to kill them from the grave. But if we connect here, I think we win. So if they Tasha Fracture Sanity, then they got us. But it's going to take like 2 of those things, basically. Well, there's 1 or 2. Uh-oh. Spaghetti-O. They had it. Well, there's an outside chance, maybe. Nope. And see, this is the problem here, is Tasha's Hideous Laughter. It's very powerful. But Blood Moon is actually one of our best lines of defense, as is Relic. I don't think we need Sealfire as much since we have another enchantment now in the mix. Firebolt and Lava Dart seem like a great way to accrue some free value from the grave. Mishra's Bauble is also probably not necessary. Yeah, I'll just run with this. I think this will do it. Hopefully we can get a win in this showcase match. I mean, we did just win a trophy. We went basically like, we played, our last match was like a while ago, but basically we played like back to back. I mean, we got like a 4-1 like many days ago, but then we like re-picked this up, I think, and then went 4-1 into 5-0. So it would suck to lose our showcase match, considering that we're basically 9-1 right now since yesterday. I mean, you know, we're 9-1 in our 10 most recent matches. So let's see here. Then again, mill can be challenging. Yeah, I'll keep. You know, as tempting as it is to play Arid Mesa, I think we have to play Den of the Bugbear first. Because it's free if we play it now, possibly not free if we play it later. The only problem is now we give them one more draw step to draw a archive trap for Arid Mesa. For an Arid Mesa crack. Ruin Crab. I think better now than never to crack. I'm gonna wait because if they have like a Hedron Crab, okay, good. No archive trap. That is good. Save the Firebolt for Hedron Crab. It'll be way better. Okay, no Hedron Crab, otherwise I assume they would have played it by now. I could dish out a lot of damage, but instead I'll just put Jegantha to hand. It could be a mistake, but you just never know if they play like a Hedron Crab or... Okay, fair enough. And hit the Bugbear. I guess now's the time for when we can start unloading. Alright, well they're probably going to destroy this, but still. I'm not going to get greedy. Yeah, I'm not going to get greedy. So I'm probably going to Fatal Push, that's fine. Okay. I don't think we got super greedy. Maybe we should have played Bone Crusher instead of Stomped. See, if we had one fewer card in the graveyard, then Flashing Back Lava Dart would save it from whatever you call it. If they let us untap, we can save it from Drown in the Lock. Nope. Just reduce the amount of creatures for future Crypt Incursions. Crypt Incursion is significantly worse against us than against like Burn or something. Okay, Tasha. Oh, 19 cards, that's a lot. 2 Tashas is basically GG. If they had a, oh, anyway, let's see. I mean, technically we're threatening lethal next turn. But they're threatening lethal next turn with Tasha. But Fractured Sanity won't necessarily do it, but cycling Fractured Sanity into a Fractured Sanity for full cost will. Okay, in theory we might be able to dodge a Tasha at like 1 left. But 2 Tashas as well. Yeah, 2 Tashas is too much. Okay. That's 1 Tasha. Yes, we dodged 1 Tasha. Please, not another one. There's no way we survive this. Is it just me, or they always hit like the perfect amount of mana they need to do all this? Oh well. All right, match. I guess the second match in the showcase. Well, actually maybe third match, because apparently I recorded half of the 2-man. I mean the tournament practice match before I got cut off by the 2-man and accidentally exit out of the wrong one. I was totally just going to drop from the 2-man to finish the tournament practice match. I'm not the kind of guy to just drop out of a match. Like that's not polite. I don't, so my apologies to the previous player. Anyway, this is the same mill opponent as before. We're on the play, but this time we're using the hybrid Companionless version. And yeah, but once again we lay it off on Bugbear. We'll see. I may just need to play Abbott just to curve out. No Mistress Baubles to hit. That's okay. I gotta put on. I hate milling myself for 1 for nothing, but it's okay. We're very unlikely to lose at exactly 1 mil. Dashing Raga. Dashing Raga could be good, but I think I'm just going to hit, then play Light Up the Stage, then maybe just play Ragavan normally. Okay. Okay. And good thing I did wait, because yeah, better to cast Ragavan from exile. Yeah, we'll definitely play Lava Dirt from exile at end of turn, even though we will lose out on 1 point of prowess. It's just kind of, it's just a little bit better in my humble bumble opinion. Okay, Fractured Sanity. Of course, Ragavan is the very definition of not a budget card, but let's see here. Even though this isn't getting revenge with the budget version, which, trust me, I mean, the budget version, actually, it's about the same. The overall win record is about, like, we're about basically kind of 9-1. Well, I guess now 9-2, but like 9-1 or so with both of these, both the Companionless and the, actually, it's more like 8-2 with the, so I guess we're 9-2 with the budget version, and we're about 8-2 now, because we went 4-1, back-to-back 4-1 with the Companionless version. So we're going to try to even this out and make this 9-2, but of course, you know, so it's in a 2-man as opposed to anything else. Okay. Well, since we might hit something good, I'll start off with this. Huh. Alright, that's fine. So now we know not to discard Ragavan. I wonder why they didn't do that in response to Seasoned Pyromancer, because we could have discarded it, but anyway. I mean, we still put a lot of power and toughness on the battlefield, so we shall see. Didn't see Glimpse at all in last match. Jeez. Are we threatening lethal, though? I think we are. Well, let's go for it. Can't quite live with myself if I didn't try to win before they can somehow Tasha us or something. Isn't this literally lethal? Well, it's 7 damage. If this gets through, then we're just basically lethal, but if not, we want to keep our options open. Okay, I figured. Yeah, we're threatening lethal next turn. See, what this deck lacks in raw speed, though, like Seasoned Pyromancer in a way makes up for being 4 bodies from 1 card on turn 3, so like, they can't exactly clear our board as easy unless they're playing actual sweepers. That's the power of Seasoned Pyromancer. Alright, well, that is cool. Alright, that's cool. So match 1 with not hybrid, but like the intermediary version between Max Grind Obosh and Max Speed Jegantha. We have Mix Intermediary Companionless Mono Red. They don't seem to play Mesmeric Orb anymore, so no need for a Braid, I don't think. Chalice. Do we need Chalice? Do we need Raleigh? By Raleigh, I mean Relic. Yeah, let's play Raleigh. It's probably the only one we need to play. Everything else is probably necessary for better or for worse. Firebolt and Lava Dart, again, seem like a great way to just incur value from the graveyard automatically and naturally. Yeah, Seasoned Pyromancer is a double-edged sword. It puts a lot of bodies on the battlefield, but it also could become a liability later in the game when we don't want to draw 2 cards. But, because we might kill ourselves with mill. I guess Light Up the Stage is the easiest cut, because that's neither pressure nor, like, yeah, it's the card, quote, advantage, but it mills us for 2. So, yeah. Yeah, okay. I know it looks kind of wonky to play Lava Dart with only 1 prowess creature, but so far my testing has indicated that there's enough of a synergy here, and Lava Dart is, I think, might just be barely powerful enough in its own right to be played in this format, particularly because there's so many Ragavans, and just having like a 1-mana card that can answer 2 total Ragavans is very powerful. Okay, we'll definitely play Firebolt. Alright. Sorry, 1 second. I could Ragged Dash, but I think I'll just Stomp. This takes the option of them taking this out of my hand out of the table. So I'm probably going to want to block drop Blood Moon next turn. If I Ragged Dash, it would be basically the same thing. Maybe I shouldn't have played this because of Field of Ruin, but it would have been the same thing. I'd have to play this next turn and Alright, fine. Alright, so sorry, just so the kids see here. Let's play a Seasoned Pyromancer. Because we could draw into another land and then play Ragavan. We got the perfect pitch here in the form of 2 Lava Darts. Alright. And they happen to mill a ton of value into our graveyard, which is nice. Alrighty. Alright, Archive Trap. Oh, or never mind, okay. Okay. Seasoned Pyromancer does a number against the control element of their deck. And that might be enough. Plus also the average converted mana cost of card is considerably higher in this version. Although, still no Furies. Okay. Okay. Now let's see if they somehow counter this or something. No. We'll just get rid of Ragavan. I'm a little bit conflicted, but I think I have to play this. It's going to suck though if I you know, but we'll see. I need to put a clock on. And yes, I expose this to Field of Ruin, but since they have 5 mana, they can play Archive Trap anyway, so. Okay, but you know what? Still okay, because I still managed to put a very hefty clock on the battlefield. Yes, don't mind if I do. I don't think I need that. It's so unnecessary that that Ragavan has dash. So unnecessary. We'll bolt in response to them cracking Field of Ruin. There's no playing around it, so I guess we'll... Actually, I guess there is, because now we can crack Relic in response to a Archive Trap. No, not in response to an Archive Trap. No. What does Blood Moon actually do? Not that much. Since we're not going to win this turn anyway, or are we? 2, 4. So that's 10. No, there's just no way this all adds up. I think Firebolt is a slightly better value. Play this. And I think we're threatening lethal next turn. Maybe I should have kept up Relic, because if they draw 3 cards, it could be a disaster. I should have kept up Seasoned Pyromancer. Okay, fair enough. I'll just play Firebolt on Lurrus. Okay, as long as that's not Tasha, I think we're good. Alright, we got a multitude of Firebolts in our graveyard to work with, so Kashook. I guess we got revenge on the mill deck by playing a different version. And I think, make no mistake, I think one of the main things is that Seasoned Pyromancer was just kind of hard for them to outgrind with the 1 card, 3 bodies thing. Alrighty. Okay, match, or I should say, let's get the Obosh, let's get some, you know, let's get our game with Obosh-Prowess, good old Obosh-Prowess. I mean, in theory, maybe this is close enough to the previous list that I don't necessarily need to add an update, but I will, because technically speaking, I did kind of discover that I can easily accommodate Castle and Breath and Dead of the Bugbear, and since Dead of the Bugbear is a swingy enough card that can definitely make a difference in a game. And there's the power of Ragavan once again. Needless to say, cannot be denied, although let me tell you, when the budget Prowess deck is firing on all cylinders, which it has been recently. In fact, I even started a league concurrent with doing these videos, and of course we're another 2-man, so good thing we got that going. But I started a league with the budget Prowess version, kind of by accident, to be honest. I was intending that was supposed to be a 2-man, but anyway. Yeah, and that's I'm already off to a 1-0 start, so we'll see. Hopefully they don't force negation, because if they don't, our main board Relic, which, you know, the next time somebody mocks you for playing main deck Relic, just remember, sometimes you get to juke. Oh, jukey, jukey, juke. And with only 2 cards left in their hand, if they do a Force Negation, they are not going to have any actual reanimation spells. So let's go bam. Uh-oh, Spaghetti-O. This might not be good for them. We have main deck Relic. We have main deck Relic. Oh yeah. I don't think so. Oh no. Oh no, oh no, oh no. And unfortunately I can't. Maybe I want to Stomp instead of... But what we really want though is to draw into another Relic to make sure that they can't do this again. I mean, they're still only 2 cards away from doing this again, and then they're right back in the game and probably even winning. So let's not get too cocky. I mean, Valakut Awakening, truth be told, is going to be a even crazier, you know, number of cards I can see for another Relic. So I'm actually going to try to pitch one of the Pyromancers and probably everything else to look for it. I could have got on board with a Pyromancer, but I just really want to see that other Relic so that I'm not out of luck. Yeah, let's discard this, all of that. We'll keep 1 Pyromancer. Blood Moon, I'll take that. See, that's the power of, anyway, let's, this might not, I mean, this will cut them off of either white or blue, and I'm guessing they're going to get blue. Well, they could counter it. I mean, we have another backup Blood Moon, if that's the case, so whoopee. Oh, they got blue, of course. Alright, so this comes into play untapped. Cool story. Once again, we'll put Pirate Spellbomb because what we really want to do still is to hit another Relic because they can combo, quote, off with just 1 black, and it looks like they're gunning for that, so we don't want that for sure. We don't want that. Okay, Ragavan, always nice. Let's do this. And let's discard. Maybe we want to keep a Bolt around because we may need to combine that with something. In fact, maybe we discard a Mountain even. Because I may need to Stomp and Lightning Bolt the Archon. I'd hate to discard Ragavan, but honestly, no, that just can't be right to discard Ragavan. So, oh well, we got Relic, so I think we're in the clear. I wish I had this hammer to have discarded, but you know, it's what it is. I was being too conservative. I didn't have to discard the land, but it should be fine. Okay, actually, right on time. This, see what I mean? They can definitely rebuild. So it's but they've used a lot of resources to get that going. So let's do this here. And now we have a lot of resources at our disposal. Well, nothing in our graveyard to persist. So let's just put Obosh to hand. Put this out here, and I think we're basically threatening lethal next turn with Obosh. Yeah, we definitely are. Alrighty. Main deck Relic really won that game. No question about that. Could we have won without it? I'm going to say unlikely, but not completely impossible. Because, anyway, because obviously we did have the burn to deal with it, but the problem is once they start drawing more cards and we discard cards, it just, you know, it becomes easier for them to just do it again. Okay, so obviously they're going to come prepared. They might even have Stony Silence. I think Pillage is good. It also combines with Blood Moon to really take them off of their mana. I don't I think Hammer is necessary, although it indisputably does combine with Lightning Bolt or Stomp pretty well. That being said, I just don't think this is a matchup for Hammer. I could be totally wrong, and I could really come to regret this. I could very easily come to regret this. That is for sure. I feel like Lightning Bolt is a little too important to pass up. You know what it is? Maybe no, but actually that's the thing. The hammer is going to get exiled from our graveyard a lot with Relic too. So something else to keep in mind. And Bone Crusher can be important for a clock, but yeah, you know what? If it's already resolving, I don't know. Actually, you know what? I take it back. I take it back. I need a hammer, and I'll explain why. We're going to bring in Ensnaring Bridge because that's going to be a very important foil to you know what. Yeah. Fury can be sweet, but I think we will bring in Bridge instead. Bone Crusher can be good, but obviously Lightning Bolt is better with Obosh. And since Obosh is always available to us, I'm a little bit worried about them bringing in Chalice, but we do have these pillages that can randomly help out in that regard. Yeah, I'll submit it, and I'm not 100% sure because Lightning Bolt is a little iffy. It's obviously not as good if they have, I mean, you know, it's like Bone Crusher is kind of better as a threat, but again, Lightning Bolt just does so much damage with Obosh, and it can one shot. Unlike Stomp, it can one shot at Archon under Obosh as well. I just think Lightning Bolt is obviously a mainstay card. Well, this hand kind of sucks besides Relic, but man, if there's one card that can encourage me to keep its Relic, I mean, they could discard this, they could play Chalice. There's definitely problems that could happen. Now, I'm in between a rock and a hard place because I know decks like these. Okay, so suddenly I feel a little bit better. I think this is what we want to do. Now, this may get them to play a Prismatic Ending on the Ragavan first instead, and that may help us out a lot. Okay, let's see. Yeah, I guess we'll do this. I'm a little bit worried about Snapcaster Mage coming down, but you know, we'll see. Okay, now. Alright, well, let's, I just want to play around like Spell Pierce or Censor or something. Okay, let's get that down. I'll get down Pyrite Spellbomb too, so I don't want to waste mana. And we can still use our treasure token to pop. Okay, well we can... Alrighty. Surprised that they didn't... Well, I guess they must have drawn Thoughtseize off of Faithful Mending. Otherwise you'd think they would have played it. Okay, they're just going to go for it. They should probably just go for it. That's one way to get rid of the Relic, is to force me to pop. But it is kind of a 2-for-1 because it forces them to waste both the Faithful Mending in a sense and the Persist. Yep, just got to do what we got to do here. Thankfully, we get to play another Valakut, which maybe we'll just go ahead and do that. Yeah, maybe let's... Should we even do it off a treasure token? I don't think we need to do that. Well, let's just... I can do it now, but what's the point, right? Let's do it at the end of their turn. Plays are on discard a little better, too. Well, they got some protection against Blood Moon. I gotta hand it out to them. Okay, a little bit worried about that, and they got another Persist, and they got another Persist. Okay, not yet. Alright, let's do this. Alright, let's do this. I guess we might as well discard the other Valakut Awakening, right? Okay, not bad. Snaring Bridge might not be bad either. Let's just do this first. Eventually we're going to be able to cast their Archon, but not yet. Ooh, Faithful Mending. But that goes to their graveyard, so maybe no thanks. Oh, let's just play this out. Okay. I could play Ensnaring Bridge out. I mean, why not, right? Like some little preemptive action, I guess. You can still quite easily attack under it with Ragavan. Something to think about Bone Crusher too is Ensnaring Bridge shuts it off much sooner. You can have 2 hate cards out now, it's not bad. See, Valakut helps you find your hate cards too. I mean, it absolutely does, as we saw. Got a lot of junk in our hand, and Valakut really fixed that. I mean, when Valakut is on point, man, it's on point. I'll tell you that much. Aluminum Monster. Oh yeah, not really much downside to. We get to snag the Archon too, so not bad. They need another one or something, because one Archon under an Ensnaring Bridge is not necessarily going to win them the game. I guess don't mind if I do, right? I mean, I think we can handle the life loss. Ooh. I'm gonna hit Muldrifter. I guess we'll put Obosh to hand. I wanna angle to pitch the Pyrite, so I'm gonna cycle the Spellbomb in a turn. Alrighty. Okay, that's another great pitch with Pyromancer, but I think we can play Zabosh. Unfortunately, I cannot play that, but it is not bad. Maybe I'll just play this out just because. Alrighty. It's like 4 damage. Like they're basically facing lethal. Yeah, Ensnaring Bridge is fairly easy for us to keep our hand under Archon's attack range, but allow us to attack under it very easily. Even Obosh at 3 is pretty manageable. Alrighty. Alright, so pretty on point right there. Let's see. Alrighty. So now we're gonna test out the budget Merfolk deck. And you know, fair warning, like this deck I did go 3-2 in a league, and I have no reason to believe it doesn't have good things in store for it, but it has some weaknesses. But you know, here we get to play Seal Removal, and this is a sweet card that I've actually really wanted to be modern legal for a long time, because I really think this is far superior to Vapor Snag and other blue removal spells that we've had in the past. Because like right here we could play Silvergill Adept and return it with Seal. Pretty cool. Mono Blue Tron. I mean, I don't think they can play a Planeswalker on 3. I hope not. Let's just do this. Yeah, of course they remand. It's some freaking annoying. I want to say it's fine, but it's not really, because like it's almost better than just countering it in their deck. So they can buy time for Tron. It's not good for us. Maybe I need to play this out to play our own Condescend. Alrighty. Thirst for Knowledge. Chalice of the Void, yeah, it's not really that great in this matchup. Alright, well, Tron is pretty good in this matchup. Legion Spirit Dragon is pretty good in this matchup. Okay. I guess we'd land Sphaloon, and you know they may have to down tick, but in which case we could save it with Seal. But of course we got another one in our hand. We may want to save the Seal, but okay. I mean, with them having Tron though, we've got difficulties here. We have got difficulties. Ho, yeah. No spring season sight. No spreading seas. Oh no. Oh no, no, no. Let's do this. I mean, so I'm expecting this will go up in flames, but we have to try to take down Yujin. And if they play something like Cyclonic Rift, at least it, in theory, should only bounce the Svaelun and not the land. So it's just that. I don't know what to say. I don't know what to say. This is not the matchup I had in mind with these seal removals, but they did come in handy against like rhinos. They came in handy against Murktide. They sometimes just return Merfolk to my hand. I think this is super versatile, and I love it. I do. I really do. I think in the budget version where we're not playing Chalice and we're not playing Aether Vial, I think seal removal is in many ways our perfect one drop. I don't know what to say. It really has. Also, it does count for the devotion from Ash of the Waves, which is cool. Well, I guess they fought through all of it, didn't they? I don't need to stick around to see Ujin. The worst thing about it is Ujin won't even die. So annoying. I hate how one-sided the games in Tron can be, but then again, these Obosh matchups, I mean, all those Mono Red matchups, including the one that doesn't even have Blood Moon in the main deck, those can be pretty one-sided sometimes, so that's what it is. Seal removal is great, but not necessarily in this matchup, so we might not be able to see it really at its best. Unfortunately, I wish we could, but you know, alas, if we don't, I'm not necessarily gonna play like a million games. You know, I don't even know I don't know what the limit is to how much. So it might be like 10 hours or something, but I don't know if I'm gonna like, I don't know if I want to push the YouTube limit for like how big of an upload I can make it. But yeah, let's make Counterspell a thing. Master of Waves seems dubious. Deprive seems way better. Play Ratchet Bomb, but I don't even know what Ratchet Bomb is really. Actually, we got Tide Shaper and we have Spreading Seas, so in theory this should be like an excellent Tron matchup, shouldn't it? I mean, you'd think. I just don't know if Repeal is where we want to be. It definitely could be, but yeah, just Relic just to draw more cards. I'm not 100%. I do not 100% vouch for what I'm doing here, but I could play one Master of Waves. Maybe one Master of Waves. Alrighty. Alright, well, I mean, the thing is this hand doesn't necessarily do it, but at the same time, they're not necessarily consistently hitting Tron like other versions, and I don't know. I mean, so help me, I'm a believer that I can draw into some of our Spreading Seas or Tide Shapers, even though we didn't last game. But now we've got counterspells also to help shore things up. So, you know, you can call me a fool. Everything the way that I do. La 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 la. Yeah. Okay, well, if they miss a Tron land, okay, I might be able to get to the point where I can drop Svaelun. Okay, should I drop Svaelun next, or should I play around Condescend? That is the question. Considering I may need to hold up Deprive afterwards, I think I'm going to... I could also just play Master. I'm gonna try to drop Svalin. I mean, they probably have Condescend. Or maybe I'll just drop Silvergill, but Silvergill will make for an excellent next turn. Alright, so let's drop Svalin. If nothing else, it's, you know, okay, so Condescend. Obviously, we can see this one coming, but I guess we shouldn't have played into it, but, like, I don't know. Alright, but more importantly, we get to play Silvergill with Deprived backup. And a late game Master is kind of better than a late game Svalin. Alright, well, I'm going to hold up Deprive. Because if they counter this and then untap with Tron, that's really bad. But if they untap, play Tron like Ujin or something, I can counter it, then I can Spreading Seas, and I think that's at least marginally better. Thirsty Knowledge is basically 3 mana, draw 2 cards, while also filtering a little bit in this deck with lots of artifacts. Of course, yeah. See, I don't like this because they could either Condescend or they can Remand, but this is one reason why I just played out Svalin, because they can still put their counter magic to use, and maybe the fact that we didn't try to play it around depletes them a little bit. Nope. But still, man, I would love to play Counterspell, but unfortunately I don't think I have the luxury. I think I have to try to race. So hopefully they don't just slam another tower and then go to town. Knowing how these things go, though, they probably will. So I might just concede on the spot. Okay, good thing we didn't go up to a mine. It's very random which one they happen to have. I guess I'll do this. I guess I'll just do this, take a little choice, maybe away. Probably play Fairy Conclave. Okay, gush. Alrighty, so if you put a counter on it, so be it. I could counter that, but if I counter that and they just slam something big, it's always a problem. Okay, I can definitely live with that. Gotta love this island choice. I love it when people play something other than full arts, but of course we're being the full art people. Well, let's try to do something. I mean, I don't know. Jeez, that's the problem with mono blue Tron. It's hard to both. I mean, Aether Vial makes it easier to hold up more mana for their attacks and counter magic, but like, I don't know. They could Condescend for 3. I don't like that. There is any way we can get back in the game. I think Surveilling may be it. Maybe it. I don't know. Okay, I'm not sure why they did that. Okay. Let's do this, shall we? Alrighty. Well, I can make this indestructible, maybe. It doesn't seem like. No, let's do a side attack. Dang it, man. Alright, well, nobody wants to hear I tried, but I tried. I mean, no Tideshapers, actually. Tideshapers are so important in the Tron matchup because they're both pressure and takes them off Tron that I actually have them as a sideboard in our mono blue control deck. But so this is actually better position than our non-budget Merfolk deck against Tron, but we're just very, very light on the Tron hate lands for some reason. Oh. Okay, so we're back, and I think this might just be... I mean, I could probably have just ended it, actually. In fact, actually, it is basically over, because they'll just charge up the... Okay, well, at least if we get to block, then we get to live another day. Although maybe not, because they're going to take us down to 7, so never mind. Alright, that's 15 all by itself. I must have miscalculated. But it was 15. Oh, but I blocked, so whatever. Okay, let's take a second stab with budget Merfolk, but we'll throw that one back. Alright, this looks much more budget-tastic, if you know what I mean. And this is more or less just kind of how we would build the Merfolk deck if we were not, if we did not think Chalice was one of the best things since sliced bread. Let's see. Ugh. Svelan, I'm guessing. Svelan. Oh yeah. Let's just play this. I mean, sooner or later, it's gonna come and play tapped. Okay. I love this art. Okay. And if we're getting kind of mana flooded, these Hall of Storm Giants definitely come in handy. Okay, good. Yeah, I'm taking a lot of damage for the mana base. Okie dokie, then when I return this to my hand, oh my goodness, thank you. I guess if that's how they want to be, then that's how they want to be. I kind of want to play Svaelin while they're untapped. I mean, is this really wrong of me to want to do this? Maximizes the amount of card draw I can get. Yeah, and it also dodges Thoughtseize, but of course they can take my Silver Gill. It's an odd choice in my opinion. Next turn we can play Silver Gill. I really think they should have. I'm not sure what they should have done, but they should have taken this Svaelin, I guess, way early on. Well, okay, I'll take it. This is like a controlled action. We want counterspell, we want deprive. Let's do this. We'll play Seal Removal too, because it can bounce our stuff. I don't think we need Spreading Seas. Master of Waves could be good. I just don't know. Yeah, we'll play it, because whatever. We just... it really messes with the counter magic, though. But Seal Removal is like... I mean, one of the things I wanted to show is how Seal Removal helps boost the Devotion count with Master of Waves, but that doesn't mean we should just play an inferior card. Well, maybe we will play it. No, we need to play We'll play Relic. Here, though, we'll play one Master. I think it's better than the Repeal and Spreading Seas. Oh, okay. I'll take Tideshaper. I mean, sometimes just having an early beater like this is super relevant. Alright, 1 second. Okay, Tide Shaper. Okay. Oh, it's already a 2-2, off to a good start. Alrighty. And depriving would be kind of brutal here, but getting smacked with Teferi might be even worse. Because Teferi blanks deprive. Okay. Alright, I think I like where this is going. Although, it's kind of unfortunate for our opponent, but so it goes. Alrighty. Sometimes just playing a simple creature like this can do good work. I mean, considering I can just crack the relic, which I think I will right here, it's no big deal. I guess I'll drop Master because this juices the Univolts next turn. I guess I should have attacked first, but alright, cool stuff. My 1 of Master. Well, we got to see Master. We didn't get to see how Seal of Removal helps juice it. Oh, this is like a Reanimator deck. I didn't even notice. Icon of Cruelty. Icon of Cruelty. So 3, 3, 6, 8, 10, 13, 14. Yeah, it's tempting to go for it, but let's just this doesn't actually have lifelink, so we can still make a huge alpha strike. We can't just alpha strike with all 3 Mutavaults if we counter though. Well, alright. Sometimes you just take it down that way, and that is good. Sometimes that's just how we like it. Cool. Okay, so we've got a rematch here against the Tron opponent, but this time we're trying out our mono blue control deck. So now it'll be a... I mean, like, I guess it's, sometimes you got the same people hanging around in the 2-mans. But now we've got and now I honestly think the Merfolk deck is more favored because it has a better clock backed up with its own disruption in the form of, especially the budget version, in the form of 8. Oh, they're playing a different deck. Alright, well. Goblins, I'm guessing. The question is, should we steal the Aether Vial? And the answer is maybe, because it might slow them down. I hate stealing the Aether Vial though, because if there isn't like, but yeah, it also like makes their stuff uncounterable, so I guess Probably need to, don't we? Yep, it's Goblins. Alright, so this exact same player was playing Mono Blue Tron before. Alrighty. Okay. Turn off auto Yelms. Because we're having these utility lands can be nice. We'll gain control of that. I don't think we have any creatures main deck, but that's weird. Why didn't they do that at end of turn? Oh, they're just being clever. I don't know. Just want to waste time, I guess. I don't know. Alrighty. We'll scare them by constantly ticking up, but I don't think we have any. I don't think we have anything that. Yeah, there is no creatures in the main deck. I mean, we have like token generators, but okay. So we'll just keep continuously ticking up. Alrighty. Yeah, there's no reason not to play Blast Down out. We can take this hit, tank it, if you will. And then we have to decide whether to Archmage's Charm or juice up Blast Down. We'll probably draw 2 cards. Log War Marshal, it's fine. I mean, it's not really fine, but they can do worse. Cryptic Command actually could help. Always no yes. We're gonna just have this keep ticking up. Ooh, Shark Typhoon, that actually could be pretty good. Alright, well. We've got some options now. See, that's what I like about Cryptic Command, is it it's both a good counterspell and it can control the board. You gotta like it. And the only thing I don't like is I don't like the way I'll have to go shields down to create a Shark Typhoon that can block, but it might be worth it. They're incentivized to play pre-combat anyway, so. Okay. I'd kind of rather not. I think I will counter that, tap all creatures. Alrighty. Boom. Alright, double Shark Typhoon, not bad. I could play a Shark Typhoon for 1 now, or I could play a Shark Typhoon for 2, and still have 2 mana left over for counterspell. Not bad. Don't mind if I do. This is the power of Shark Typhoon, by the way, is you can create giant blockers, giant attackers, like at instant speed, and draw a card. Feels nuts. Here, we'll counter that. I guess maybe I should have gained control of that. Now, you know what? We'll make a. And well, it can't be blocked by creature tokens, so I guess there we go. Yeah, because then we can go 1, 2, 3. Yeah.
So there's 5, 6, 7. Yeah, so this is good. I'm gonna get rid of the Legionnaire. Yeah, I'd rather not. Alright. Maybe we can manage Grim out of the game, maybe not. Who knows? But at the end of the day, seems reasonable to try. Yeah, I'll just play this. Ideally, I want to tick this up because I don't want to remove my own Shark token. Spreading Seas can also help deal with their cavernous souls. Goblin Reanimator, no. I say no. You say no. You say no. Isu day. You say no. Okami Okude. Yeah. I don't know if I'm pronouncing anything correctly in that song, but anyway. It's from this boxing anime called Hajime no Ippo. It's very nice. Sling Gang Commander. I mean, the only thing worse than... let's see. We're not dead yet. Or are we? No, not yet. Oh no, we are. Never mind. Alright, well, Goblins in particular might be a little challenging. At least we got a lot of Blast Zone effects to take care of their Aether Vials and whatnot. These are kind of funky matchups, though. Like this is just FYI. This is not frickin' representative of the meta. Yeah, Chalice doesn't do jack. One of the things you'll notice in the leagues, and even more so in the two-mans, is that people do not play decks that get hosed by Chalice, which is to say the best decks. But you know, I think Tide Shaper could be good. Vendilion Click seems not bad. Force Negation seems kind of mostly dead. Definitely Dismember can be good. We definitely want Vendilion Click. Cleek. However you say it. Yeah, I don't know though, to be honest. I don't know what card we would take out instead. Yeah, maybe a Vendilion Clique instead of Frank Seas. This could be totally wrong, but let's do it. I like Tide Shaper because it can just be a good early blocker and whatnot. Like it's in some matchups, it's just nice to have.
keep. We can repeal. Aether Vial. Alrighty. Alrighty, that's fine by me. The nice thing about Vendilion Click is they can actually take cards out of our own hand, like Dismember, that are not at their best. And we'll definitely end a turn, repeal the vial. Maybe we counter that. Alright, now we definitely will try to repeal this one. We have so much counter magic that it's just not going to fly too well in our book. If alright, well, I guess we need all of the spreading seas and whatnot for Cavern Souls, but even so, like we have a lot of ways to steal stuff. So maybe, what on earth is that going to name? I guess they just had to take something out for Chalice, maybe? Oh, okay, fine. Well, I got all these Dismembers, so like... Oh yeah, that's not bad. The thing is, yeah, let's just do this. We'll take that. Hopefully they took out their creature removal. That's kind of the idea here, but you know, if a Munitions Expert comes into play, I can see them also taking out Munitions Expert for Friction Revoker. It's definitely a thing. Definitely a possibility. Yeah, we'll dismember that. Ugh, so annoying. Yeah, see, sometimes just a 2/2 blocker can do a lot of work. I'll steal that Aether Vial. It's both cramping my style as far as counter magic is concerned, but it's also going to help me cast my Vendilion Clicks. Yeah, that's fine. Alright, I guess we'll dismember this. Alright, I could, yeah, once again I'm going to hold up. I do need to be defensive though. I can only use Dismember so many times. Okay. What I'm kind of living in fear of is Goblin Pile Driver. I don't even know if that's like so universally used anymore. Let's see. Okay, that's not too bad. Okay, let's go let's go always no. Yes. Yeah, see what I mean? Tide Shaper doing serious work here. I know it seems so wonky to have as like a sideboard card, but I don't know. I mean, it's mostly for Tron, but I also just like having a 2/2 body sometimes. It just is what it is. You know what I mean? Just kind of is what it is. I think they should attack with the Friction Broker more aggressively, but anyway. Let's see what what they're working with. Krinko, my gosh, Goblin Ringleader. I could put Ringleader to the bottom. Yeah, this card is scary. I guess we actually could have just used Aether Vial, couldn't we have? Well, anyway. Let's try to get in some hits while we can. Okay. It's also very possible we should have just cliqued our own clique. Goblin Pile Driver. You know what? I disagree with this. I should have definitely used clique better, but you know, keep this one. See what they got. Conspicuous Snoop, eh? I'm a Conspicuous Snoop. Alright. We will counter target spell, draw a card. At least we can get a fairly big blast zone going. And there it is in all its glory. But I'm probably going to want to juice this up. 2/2, so please, off the top, no goblin. Oh, dang it, that's like one of the worst goblins. Well, you can counter it at least. Here's what it is. I'm surprised they didn't go for the Goblin Ringleader off the top. Feels like they're forgetting about Blasty Blasty. Blasty Masty. Yeah. Let's take a peek at their next card. We know they got Ringleader coming up. Hopefully they don't draw like a Munitions Expert. Alright. This is not a goblin, so I think we can wait on this. Yeah, we'll definitely count it out. Alrighty. Now, problem is they've got a Magus of the Moon coming up. Those are kind of nasty. Yeah, well, we have. Yeah. Alright. Magus of the Moon. At least that'll shut them off of black, so there is that. Hey. You know what I mean? Alright, I think we're gonna have to tolerate that.
Alrighty. I think I need to play this on my own land here. Then again, nah, we need to unlock Cryptic Command. But man, getting 2/2 blockers is always nice, but let's do that. Krenko is going to be a problem. Yeah, moon effects are definitely effective against us because we rely a lot on lands. Goblins is kind of great against all control decks, though. They also always see like 2 to 4 vials every game. In the top, like, you know, 2 to 4 cards. I mean, 20 to 30 cards. So there's the rest of that. Oh, Krenko is haste. Wonderful. And yeah, so like this is not necessarily representative, but whatever. Alright, well, you know, maybe I was hoping for a better showing with this deck. We went 4-1 last league. Did not run into any goblins, though. Hopefully there's somebody other than Slave the Mind playing all these weird decks in the 2-mans, but anyway, it is what it is. Alright. Keep. Alrighty, let's keep. Let's see. Alright, the Plan Burn. This should be a good baseline test. You're more likely to see like twists here in the tournament practice room, but like maybe they might like, what's it called? They might like so it's red black burn. That's what it is. Go Chalice on 1. We don't have any 1-drops in our deck, so there's really no downside here. Alrighty. Okay. That is a very powerful card. And I'm not going to lie, I'm a little nervous about it, but we can bounce it at the end of their turn with Collective Vitality, so there's that. This is actually not bad. This is like a super browbeat. 9 damage is a lot. Anyway, let's counter that. I commend them for trying this. This actually doesn't look half bad. Already. If they play something that's expensive enough, I can counter it and bounce Ferocidon. But it has to be something 3 or more, because if it's 2, they can just replay the Ferocidon. Yeah, let's counterbalance.
Alrighty. I could play that on 2, but I'd rather just use my own counterspell first, and then maybe when I untap, I can use it. Counter for sure. Technically draws 2 cards for sure. Yeah, I guess I'll put this on 2. So I don't think we have that much. I don't have that much on 2. We have Counterspell and Spreading Seas and Ratchet Bomb. We don't know how much they have for each. Could put this on 3, but then Force Negation gets shut off. We can always repeal our own thing if it becomes an issue. Well, actually, we can't. Never mind. Well, let's see. Alright, we can start Hall of Storm Giantsing. Okay. Alright, well that's that. Alrighty. And the main thing here is I don't want them to quit. So bomb seems very iffy. So I'll just do this. One of the problems with the tournament practice room is if you don't sideboard quick enough, sometimes they just quit. And I don't necessarily blame them, but that's one of the nice things about the 2-mans and all that. There's some incentive to complete the match. Once again, we will keep. Yes. I commend them for trying sword point diplomacy. Seems like it could definitely be good. What's your mama? That could be a disaster. And I took my ratchet bombs out, which is oof. Lava Claw reaches. Yeah. Lava Claw reaches USA. Yeah. Now blue Chalice-Control. Ooh, sword point diplomacy. No. Man, I really like Spreading Seas, but I think that's the most cuttable. You know what? I could have let that actually go. What if they revealed all 1-drops? Well, that's 1-drops out of the way that I'm getting closer to other stuff. Well, we can Archmage Charm this, which we might just do. Yeah, we probably will. We probably have to. Maybe we'll block with Fairy Conclave to the Blow Claw. Yeah, let's do it. Just seems like a good opportunity. Alright, we'll do this. Stuff Counterspell, thankfully. So there's one little nice thing about manlands like Fairy Conclave. They can be a blocker when needed. No, I would rather not. I don't think this deck is half bad. Swordspoint Diplomacy seems like something worth considering. It actually got me even a little excited. For sure, it is a cool card. Alright, we'll do this. I will definitely bounce this. Risk factor. You'll definitely get caught up in the risk factor. Risk factor. Nice. Now that was nice, but that is what it is. Mm-hmm. I think I have to try to destroy this. I mean, not counter it. I think they gave up a little prematurely, but probably a lot of their burn is 1 mana. Okay. We were getting close to... Alright. Okay, match, we're running it back. Oh. I thought I meant to play the... I meant to play the budget Merfolk deck here, but we'll take this as well. Be another interesting showcase. Could definitely be an interesting showcase. So I like repeal. If they start playing 1-drops, we can draw a bunch of cards. Yeah, that's going to shut off my repeals. That's not good. I need to draw cards. Oh.
Oh my goodness. You want to shut off green or white? This white. Oh, I should have shut off green. What's this? It's fine. Oh my goodness. Oh. At least they gave me something to repeal and draw more cards. Or even steal and get more mana. Maybe I should have spreading seas the breeding pool. Ah, no, it doesn't matter. Well, this is not bad, although I guess it came into play tapped, so there's that. Alright, I probably have to repeal whatever it's called.
Oh, excuse me, I was on mute. I'm not sure how long I was on mute. I don't think for too long. I don't think Force Negation is at its best here. Yeah, Tide Shaper is cool, but it does get blanked by Chalice. Ratchet Bomb is good. It needs to come down earlier, though. Earlier than that last game. Alright, I'll bite. Yeah, I shouldn't have a Spreading Seas, though. Yes. I'll keep. Yeah, so see if we control the board. Yeah, let's see. We could dismember, but let's just get our Ratchet Bomb out of here. Maybe I should have played Castle of Antris in case they have Choke. Forgot about Choke. Okie dokie. Well, they can sacrifice this if they want. Gain control of Kasali Primades anyway. Yeah, it doesn't bother me too much. No, I'm actually going to Archmage's Charm this now because I'm a little bit worried about what's it called? Veil of Summer. Not gonna lie. All Storm Giants, not bad. At least we can attack. We'll wait on the Shark Typhoon for a bigger shark. Okay. They seem to be mana screwed, needless to say. Well, that is fine. I got my giant ready to go, but I might have to Spreading Seas this. Let's Spreading Seas this.
We can do another Shark Typhoon. Alrighty, so yeah, that would put on a lot of pressure here. Okay. Oof. This sets it up where it's basically lethal. Oh. Oh, okay. Well, that's still lethal because we can dismember that. Alright, is that it? Oh no, right, we lost game one. You know what, I don't think we need Sprinting Seas, although it did help that game. I think blockers will probably be better, and yep. No, we'll keep. We've got the control elements. So we shall see. Alrighty, let's do this. I'm doing this now, once again, to play around Veil of Summer. I'm deathly afraid of that card. Although perhaps I'm going to get hit by it sooner rather than later. I mean, sooner or later, so... Let's see. The only thing I don't like is I have to go shields down. I gotta play that. Geist of St. Traft. I wonder if we could... Yeah.
You can block with Fairy Conclave. Alrighty. Let's see. I can try to block. Let's see if I can block. Alright, I'll take it. Alright, I'll take the 4. The Angel token. That can be very problematic. I can instantly juice this up. Alrighty. I think I was supposed to crack a Retropome too. My bad. I'm sorry. I'm sorry everybody if I lose this because of that. That sucks. Alright, well at least Retropome on 2 might be able to help out here. Yeah, let's do this now before they can counter it. Alright, and now that we've finally stabilized, I think we're in a not too bad situation. They don't really play any creatures. Well. Let's try to... I definitely want to block that. Probably should have countered this thing, but I don't know. No, it's definitely very manageable. I'm going to try to counter that. Hopefully they don't mana tithe me. Don't mana tithe me, bro? Okay. One, two, three, four, five, six. We can Castle Vantress in a turn. Linvala. You'll get caught up in the Linvala. Linvala. Alright, let's see. We'll play Vendilion Clique. It's fine. All that looks dangerous, so let's counter that. Okay. Alrighty. Hopefully they don't haste me or something. This seems like a pretty good. 1, 2, 3, 4, 6. Oh no. I know what this is. Okay, good. Okay, Chalice, Mono Blue, Chalice-Control. Looks like it's taking it down. Okay, alright, well, I guess we'll take one down in the 2-man in addition to the tournament practice room. So, yeah, I think this is I think we have redeemed that loss against Goblins with the Mono Blue control deck. Okay, cool stuff. Alright, Matt. Mono Blue Merfolk match, let's see. Yeah, I mean, hand looks like it could get there. Might as well play Fairy Conclave. All the Storm Giants will come into play tap still on turn 2. Let's see here. Okie dokie. Okie dokie, okie dokie. Kind of annoying for all this free stuff to be happening, but you know, it is what it is. Okay. Okay, would you repeal? That gives us some defense to Z-Hammer. To Z-Hammer. Okay, bam. I wonder why they did that on their turn and not end of our turn, but alright, it's fine. We could return Sigarda's Aid. Yeah, it's like the same thing either way, so. Alright. They'll draw a card, but I think it's worth not losing all this life. Okay. I kind of like holding on to Brazen Borrower, but playing Harbinger now seems kind of like a waste. But I'm also worried that they have a... I guess we'll just play this. I mean, I know this seems like a waste, but we'll prevent them from drawing a card. Okay. No, that's not bad. It also gives us some defense against Mem Knight, in case they drop another hammer. It's possible we should have tanked that hit against Esper Sentinel so that we could return it without them drawing a card, but we have to respect not losing to regular damage. Alright, well if they go for Mem Knight, I have repeal. Man, I've been noticing a trend of incredibly gutsy Hammer Time players, but like, there's gutsy, but then there's also like, I just don't think that was necessary. Problem with Brazen Borrower is I can't hold on. Let's see here. I'm gonna hold up. I'm gonna play Harbinger in a turn. I could play Burning Seas on Yawgmoth Nexus. I just don't think that's necessary yet. I might just block it with Brazen Borrower. Okay. I'm going to try to eat it with Harbinger. They can't also drop a, well, I guess a Shadow Spear would be the worst case scenario, but I'm willing to take that risk. Alright, cool. Yeah, I'll take a quick eating. The problem is they get another hammer now because of that. I guess that is there's a consideration. Maybe I shouldn't have eaten it. Yeah, they could always just chump block with it later, so I don't know. The bigger problem is I don't really have an answer to Lurrus in the main deck. That's the problem. Maybe Mono Blue Merfolk just might be better with Counterspell in the main. I don't know. Okay. Yeah, I think Chalice is good now, so you're just not seeing it. It will attack. So we're doing this because we can still hold Brazen Borrower up. They can't both play Lurrus, animate Yawgmoth, and replay Hammer. Genius Smith. They did not reveal anything. That's good for us. All right, let's go boom boom. Let's see, they could play Lurrus. Placed unfortunately grave. Yeah, I'm gonna go on the offensive for better or for worse. Okay. We eventually need to win. Alright, that's fine. Wreckstone Forge, I assume. Okay, or not. Alright, let's see. Putting them in a position where they kind of have to win this turn. Alright, that's not the most amazingly useful. Okay, sure. Thing. They're gonna have to go for Yawgmoth, I think. They have to go for the Hail Mary. Or not. Or they're gonna go for Lurrus. Could try to block Esper Sentinel. I mean, if they put on Esper Sentinel, I just bounce it. Doesn't say non-land, does it? Just tap creature. Well, then I'll way to untap it somehow. Yeah, buddy. That's not the angle I'm going for here. Yep. And now they're hoping we misclick. Don't show any more creatures. I generally find that Merfolk, I think, has one of the best matchups against Hammer Time. I mean, I was a little worried because we didn't happen to see our Chalices, but they're not actually needed. Ratchet Bomb's going to make this so much easier, and it was already kind of easy to begin with. So I think, believe it or not, we can take out Trickster because Ratchet Bomb mostly just does what Trickster does, just better. But I also need to sneak in Counterspell somehow. Now the problem here. Now you see, Chalice may not actually be necessary because it's only useful early in the game. But I mean, geez, I have nothing. I have nothing on one that this shuts off except for Repeal, so that is actually something to worry about. It just synergizes too much with the bounce, I think. Alright, you know what? Even though Master won us that last game, I think Counterspell is going to be better. Oh, you know what it is, actually? It's Silvergill. Yeah. We don't win this game with card advantage. We win it with control. So we only need Harbinger and Svalin, basically, and then we can also use Brazen Borrower in the Manlands. Yeah, we're basically a control deck, and I'm fine with that against this matchup. But it's kind of better, I think, in this mat. Now, the blue-white control, I mean, the mono-blue control deck is pretty good against this deck, too. Why couldn't we place this deck with the mono-blue control? Goblins is definitely one of its worst matchups, but anyway. I mean, we'll keep it. We do have a lot of interaction. The not lacking 2 blue mana is definitely cause for a little bit of concern. At least a little bit. Just a little bit. Could play Chalice on 0. But they would also draw a card, so maybe not. Just a little bit. Sigarta, Sigartas. Ready. Oh, that's definitely more, you know, tolerable than Hammer. Well, I know they're going to draw a card, but they're going to draw a card no matter what. So might as well. Because like playing round 2 is kind of difficult. Now if we bounce this, it goes back to their hand, which is good. Stoneforge Mystic would be unfortunate. Oh, they're going to play Prismatic Ending. Okay. I don't really see a way we actually win this unless we do this, but the problem is, I mean, because we're just getting mana screwed here. I was hoping that Chalice would help out, but like, so if they have a hammer, then obviously we're just kind of, you know, it happens. But yeah, the mana screw definitely just puts us in a situation where we don't have any options. Okay. And they're really going on the anti-hate. At least Esper Sentinel in and of itself isn't actually that bad. I could use just Harbingering this thing back to its hand. Okay, okay. Well, I'm tired of like having them draw cards without much payoff, so I'll probably block with Mutavault, but I don't know if they have Hammer. Yeah, I don't know, they haven't presented Hammer yet. Okay, Lurrus to hand. It can counter Lurrus, and I think we probably should. It'll just be the death of us in recurring Seal of Cleansings. Recurring Esper Sentinels is just not going to be good for us. So. Man, when we're mana constrained, these Esper Sentinels sure do a lot of work. That was totally worth it. If we get to untap, okay, good. Because now they're in a situation where we threaten Harbinging, if that's even a word, but we can also start playing Brazen Borrower and just getting in there with regular damage, which I like. Yeah, whatever. think I'll take our Harbinger. I still think splashing black is silly. Just make yourself unnecessarily vulnerable to Blood Moon. You're already not great against Blood Moon because of Urza-Saga and Yawgmoth Nexus and regular Horizon lands, but full-on splashing another color, I don't know, man. Yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, though, all this does is mean that I have to possibly let them draw some cards with Esper Sentinel, but it's no biggie in the grand scheme of things. Oopsie. Yeah, let's get some Brazen Borrowing out here. We need to get some aggression out here. Well, that's scary, but I could just take, or I could repeal. If I repeal, it just makes for a better blocker. I don't know. I should have probably just repealed it. I don't know why they wouldn't just re-equip. Use hexproof and indestructible. I'm sure I understand the logic behind this. Alrighty. Man, this is not good. Well, I think I have to play this, and it is with some very unfortunate concerns that I do this, because I have to go shields down, but I really need to draw cards. I really need to draw cards. Dang it, I'm not drawing land. It's just not happening. It's just not happening, folks. It's just not happening. Sorry about that. I'm going to try to block that with Brazen Borrower as well. I have Force Negation as kind of a backup, at least this time. All this card draw is definitely not good for us. I'm still going to attack because I can always just deal with the Colossus Hammer if they block. Of course, they get to draw a card again, which is not ideal, but I need to draw cards. Yeah, let's just bounce this, shall we? And they drew another card for no reason. I think if I would have drawn more lands earlier, I might have been able to control this better. Also, obviously they drew one more card than they should. Alright, they think they're slick, but yeah, I think we've got the tools we need. Chalice and Ratchet Bomb, and what are the odds that they have all their anti-hate right up front like they did before? Yeah, let's keep. I mean, I think since we're on the... Yeah, let's just do this. That can really put a damper on things because they have quite a few 0-drops. That's annoying.
Probably just need to put Brazen Borrower out just for some pressure, and then finally we curve up to 4 mana. Not too much difficulty. Yeah, sure. I guess we have to Brazen Borrow block. Or just return Sigarda's Aid. Yeah, we'll return Sigarda's Aid. Brazen Borrower. And we'll just play Brazen Borrower and attack. If they try to hit us with Stoneforge and they try to beat us with Colossus Hammer, we'll take 1 smack and then try to end a turn Harpinge it. Then we probably have to go after Yawgmoth. Taking a lot of unnecessary damage. I wonder if there's any way we can play around like Apostle's Blessing or something. Problem is it'll both give protection from blue. Oh, I guess not. That was a little bit odd, to say the least. Beautiful. Ratchet Bomb. Beautiful, okay. Fair enough. Yeah, well, let's just do this. Just could be flawed logic there, but okay. Univault is a dud anyway, so let's just go boom. Alrighty. That's fine. That seemed a little odd. Why not go after like Brazen Borrower or something? It's fine. I'm going to try to go for the win here. Let's do this in case they have Shadow Spear. Boom shakalaka. Alright. Okay, mono black time. Let's try the budget one first. Costume. Ooh, this hand sucks. It's just a little bit too. It's just a little bit too. Well, this hand is not great, but it does not suck. I hope we're not facing burn. I'm gonna put this to the bottom. Hope we're not facing burn, because the
Marsh Flats, the, what do you call it, alright, we definitely want Eye Tyrant, just because we cannot afford this to come into play tap later. And yes, I found that Field of Ruin, dealing with opposing Lurrus-Sagas, is generally just better. It's very, very important. Okay. I could try to play Turok on 2, but I could try to play Turok 2. But, you know, I think there's definitely advantages to be had by waiting. Some things are worth waiting for. Sounds like a slogan. You gain 3 life, draw a card. Nice. Okay, well, I guess we have to crank Ratchet Bomb up here. Let's do this. We don't want them gain anything that gains 5 or more life. Cloud Shift. It's like a. This is like a worse ephemerate. Fateful Absence. We know that card. This card again. This is like some kind of Angel Tribal deck. Okay, that's surprisingly powerful. It's 5 mana. I guess we'll take the Angel. Although, does this even have? Maybe I should have just left that out, because if they play 2 of these, we can. Just make sound of the creature card from the graveyard when you do physical damage. You draw them. Maybe I should have taken this thing instead, but what are the odds they would have played out the other one? I'm gonna hate if they make tokens here, but nothing about their deck yet indicates that they're making tokens. Anyway, let's see. Alright, I am Turok. Alrighty. Hiya, hiya, hiya. Excuse me. That is literally from the Turok game. That's all that is. I wonder if hopefully Turok isn't considered cultural appropriation. Hopefully some Native American person worked on the game. Let's see. Okay. We might as well do this on their turn, just in case they can somehow. I guess we might as well just play out Ratchet Bomb again. Because we can, I don't know. Okay. This is definitely off to an interesting start. How do they gain life? Oh yeah, from the Revitalize. You see, this is the power of Turok. Turok is just single-handedly swinging this game. And this is one reason why Ratchet Bomb you get in the main deck can be doable. It's just fine. It's from Turok 3 to be specific, but anyway. Let's see here. I don't know. We could always just sack it and then return. Oh, actually, we don't anymore Lurrus here. Alright. Well, let's do this then, I guess. Keep that. Cloud Shift. Full Absence. Attack with this. You know what, I'm going to take this up to 4. It's a tacky tack. Ooh. Fateful Absence. Yeah. Alrighty. Okay, that is something. That is, as we say, a thing. I think we'll keep the bombs on just like this. Clingy cling to dust. We shall clingy cling to dust. Ooh. Too bad we cannot. Well, I guess we might as well just fold up Cling to Dust to gain some life if really needed. But considering we got Ratchet Bomb on 2, but that'll kill my Segovian Angel. Okay, that happened. I guess we'll try to exile an angel. Alrighty. Hiya. Well, in this particular matchup, there doesn't look like there's any targets for Field or Ruin, so might as well play Blast Zone in this slot, get a little more utility out of this colorless land. And this is one of the problems, see, with this deck, is that when we're playing Breakaway the Ice, there's not much room else, but this is kind of necessary for Tron in my testing. And Tron is still, we can still lose to Tron with all this hate, but it's basically necessary, and there's so much Tron running around. I mean, Cling to Dust, Fatal Push, Inquisition, Spellbomb, Brutality, Edict, Turok, Gatekeeper, Ratchet Bomb. all of it seems to serve a purpose. A higher purpose. We were meant to live for so much more. So, all of this serves a purpose. A purpose-driven life. Alright, let's see here. Go. Yeah, I don't like it, but at the same time, I don't really think there's much land destruction in Mono White or like moon effects, so. Well, there starts to be some of the non-basic lands. That's not bad. I wish we had something to exile, but you know, that is what it is. We'll cling to just one of their things if they give us a chance, but no, of course not. Alrighty. And dust. Alright, we get to play Gatekeeper. You'll get caught up in the Gatekeeper. Gatekeeper. Alrighty. Okay, there's more of the life gain engine. That's a thing. I'll take some life loss, but then we need to Turok now or forever hold our peace. Cloud Shift. We'll probably need to discard both of these cards just so we can get them out of our hand. Or just maybe one, I don't know. Revitalize. Well, this is a little bit problematic for us. Because they're going to get a token. So be it. So let's attack with both. I don't think they can resist blocking the Gatekeeper. They might. Let's Collective Brutality our own Gatekeeper, shall we? Okay, I guess they really don't like Ratchet Bomb. I think I need to return Lurrus to hand, but I mean, if they have that card in their hand, then we're in trouble. But okay, they don't have that in their hand yet. Lifelink may help us out. No. Huh, wasn't expecting that, not gonna lie. Well, it probably missequenced, but at the same time, I felt I kind of needed to kill that card, but I don't know. Maybe not. I mean, where our mana was just kind of constrained, but I'm not too worried. I didn't see Blast Zone, and I'm not really so sure we need to worry about the life gain that much. Yeah, we need the Blast Zone actually in order to deal with the Stony Silence, which will free up the other cards. I mean, I'm not bringing in Necromentia, I'm not bringing in Break the Ice, I'm not going up to 28 lands, so I think this is just how it goes. Alrighty. Yeah, we'll keep. This is probably the most balanced hand we've seen in a long time. Let's do this. Segovian Angel, we could do that. Vitalize. Replenishment, whatever, Replenishment Angel, or Splendid Angel, whatever it's called. I just take Revitalize. Yeah, it's just, I know, that's just a dinky looking 1/1, but just get pumped by that 3-mana Angel. Hopefully they don't Stony Silence me, bro. Are they saying something? Maybe. You know, that is an instant. They don't have to play it on my turn, but hey. They can also play it on their turn if they want. Or draw a card so I can get a better mana. And that is a better mana, so.
Psychovian Angel, yeah. Psychovian Angel, yeah. Let's put this on 3. Yeah. Okay. That's fine. Resplendent Angel. Maybe. Fortunately, Turok is a little bit out of commission, and that sucks, but not much I can do about it. So this card seems to be the only reasonable candidate, I think. Could have tried to go for a discard card first. Okay, good. Ratchet Bomb back. Double Collective Brutality. The worst thing in the world. Then again, bringing Ratchet Bomb back might be the worst thing in the world. Let's just do this. Kind of is what it is. Okay. Last one could take care of Sony Silence at least. Let's do this first. Ooh, Wrath of God. Well, hopefully they don't eat my Lurrus somehow. That would suck. Okay, good. I could have cracked the Spellbomb and brought it back, but what's the point if I can't draw a card? Okay. Unfortunately, taking this up to 3 will have the side effect of killing our own Ratchet Bomb. I need to put this on 0 in case of, I don't know. Okay, well, I guess I might as well crack this, right? I'm just going to rely on Blast Zone to do the heavy lifting here. I do not want to lose out. Well, we are technically hitting for lethal. Let's just do this and see what happens. Alright. I thought they would have some type of unexpectedly absent or something, or a fateful absence, whatever it's called. Alright, cool stuff. Okay, match, the Companionless black mid-range deck. This one we couldn't find anybody in the 2-mans. We waited for a while. Waited for probably a good like 3+ minutes. But generally, people play to win in the tournament practice room as well. So the only thing is that they're oftentimes playing a little bit funky decks, but no biggie. No biggie. Alrighty. Let's see, and this is a domain zoo, so we've got it all lined up. Yeah, let's take Trikavu because Assassin's Trophy is technically card advantage for us, so that's definitely not too bad. Alright, well, I'm just worried about them like drawing Spell Pierce or something on their turn, so I want to give them the opportunity. Alrighty. Well, I say, hey. So we're gonna discard Collective Brutality. As much as the life gain is cool, I think pressuring their hand is even cooler. We definitely could see that coming from a mile away.
Definitely yes. Boom. Liliana sticks. I think we're in a pretty good spot. Must mean they have 2 lightning. I don't know. Alright, well, we will down tick. Okay. They are heavily incentivized to try to kill the Liliana, which makes playing the other one even better. Okay. Let's discard this. We'll keep this. No uptick. Isn't as bad as it looks to discard that land because it's going to cramp our style for drawing more cards. Ooh, Visions of Beyond. That's a little bit unusual. Is this a Domain Zoo mill deck? That's definitely a bit on the unusual side, not gonna lie. There's a Lurrus. Suddenly, I want to win quickly, but I also don't want to... Oh, let's just do this. I'm gonna juice this up to 2. I'm a little bit worried about getting milled too much. Okay. Okay. Yeah, this is a Domain Zoo mill deck. You gotta give these players credit. They are definitely trying new things. Gotta discard the Collective Brutality. Yep. Gotta get rid of the Render. Yeah, and then maybe next turn we Factor Fiction their lands into 2 piles, I don't know. Cycled Fractured Sanity. I mean, let's continue ticking up, shall we? Yeah, that's good. Alrighty. Alright, that's fine. Guess I should have down ticked, but that's okay. So apparently I once again made the mistake of not actually quitting the 2-man, but this time I'll just quit right now, and I'm not going to quit the tournament practice match by accident, unless they quit because they can't stand the lag. Alrighty. Well, let's see here. Okay, not bad. Can't let them Tasha us or something. Okay, cool stuff. Okay, cool stuff. Cool. And this time for sure I thought that I had backed out of the 2-man. Like, it just doesn't want to let me leave, I guess. Okay, in this version we're definitely playing Rache, Bamu. But as to what to cut, it's a little bit more uncertain. I guess collective brutality, no, that's kind of necessary to take the Tashas and all that. Yeah, but they also have all these creatures. This is confusing. This is so confusing. Yeah, I guess I'll just do it this way. I don't seem to have a bunch of tokens. We can rely on our blast zone to do the heavy lifting. Okay. I'm gonna keep. Well, and see, this is the problem with the tournament practice. Guess I should have stayed in the 2-mans. All right. Okay, well let's turn to the 2-man then, and I don't know about this. I'm gonna mulligan it because, dang it, this hand is not that much better, but oh well, at least it's got a little bit more of a mix. I think if we're facing a Reanimator deck, then the Neil Spellbomb could be excellent. Could be wonderful. Excuse the yawn. Oh yeah. Okay, I think what we need to do is we need to use Field of Ruin so we can next turn Tarak. And this is one reason why I think we can get away with this mana base. So far it seems like it's worked. Is that Field of Ruin. If Field of Ruin is one of our colorless sources, we can usually cash it in for a colored source. Oh wait, excuse me, another Domain Zoo deck? Is this another Domain Mill? Or is this just Temur? Okay. Well, I mean, let's do it. Maybe I should have discarded the spell bomb in the turn, but I don't know. Okay, that is fine. I'm able to buy that back with Lurrus. Spell bomb might be better off. Oh, okay. Good thing we got another field around for that. Steel rainforest. Yeah, yeah. Alright, let's just do this. Let's see if we can bring back Turok. My guess is this gets countered. It's fine by us. Alright, well, that happened. I'm a little bit worried about them having planeswalkers, but I want to start getting to the point where I can draw lots of cards with this card. But we shall see. Let's see. This is some annoying control deck. Well, I guess that answers the question of whether or not they have planeswalkers. That did not seem very wise, considering that now I can just, well, I could just play Turok. But I really don't want them to get in value with Jace. Then again, this could just attack Jace next turn, so whoop-dee. No spell snare, please. As long as there's no spell snare, I'm a happy camper. Okay. I mean, I'll just do this now. Alrighty. Ugh. Jace the Sandwich Sculptor. Slightly off center Jace for some reason. Alright, well, let's see if this gets through. It may not. But if it does, more power to us. Oh, okay. Well, let's try to Swift End and play it. If they counter, we have another Swift End. Okay, so I'll just play it then. Do not play Exclude, please. Exclude is no modern legal. 3 mana counter target creature spell, draw a card, 1 blue. Already. Already. Alrighty. Okay, we got another Field of Ruin. Lovable Turok. Okay, lovable Turok. Alrighty. Let's see. Oh, another one. Wonderful. Well, this one maybe gets through. Let's do this. Yeah, that's fine. I'll just play this out. Yay. It gets pumped. You didn't feel like making a token, huh? Now they feel like making a token. They don't have anything to fetch? Like what? Alrighty. And I guess we'll just draw a card because we've got nothing better to do.
Alrighty. La 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 la. La 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 la. La 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 la. We're in 66. Okay. Okay. Okay, everybody, everywhere. Okay, everybody do your share, let's see. Could play Break the Ice as well, but it's probably not necessary. Collective Brutality seems good against this stuff. Break, ice, good share. I think we've got answers basically to this stuff. The only card that I think is pretty meh is Fatal Push. I think we need something that can just get out of our hand, and I think that thing is Ratchet Bomb. I could play Pithing Needle on the Planeswalkers. Maybe that's better. Pithing Needle on the Planeswalkers, yeah. The Ratchet Bomb is a little bit better as a... Anyway. Recursion Engine. I don't particularly like it, but it is serviceable. So, yes. Oh, that suddenly makes the hand a lot more serviceable. I'm just going to do this just because. Alright, see. I've definitely made it worthwhile in my book. Yeah, Archmage's Charm for sure.
Too bad we couldn't look at their hand earlier and take the and like name Art Scalding Tarn. Stygian Forest. We could still name Scalding Tarn for what it's worth. Yeah, and I think we will. I don't know. Do we really want to do that? Maybe not. Let's just do this. This way we can field a ruin there. There's a Saga. Or hit a Planeswalker in a turn. And then on our turn we're ready to rock. Okay, well they're not gonna they're gonna hold up Archmage's Charm, and good for them. Or they're gonna play Jace. Or Tarmogoyf, but that's fine. We'll try to put a swift end to Tarmogoyf. Okay. Well, we'll take this opportunity to get our trusty Turok down. Turok 2, Seeds of Evil. Kush Sploosh, Unholy Heat, and Lurrus-Saga. I kind of would have liked to hit the Archmage's Charm, but hey, we'll take what we can get. Although, this actually could end up being very problematic. Now, for this reason, I'm playing Ratchet Bomb in games 2 and 3, I think, until further notice. I'm probably gonna have to put this back to block. See if they tap out. Could try to return it to their hand. We'll see. We were kind of lucky to rip that. There's there wasn't really much strategy behind this just coming out. It just kind of did. Although we should have started in Ratchet Bomb, but I didn't know they had Tarmogoyf. Anyway. Cool, cool. Alright. Oh, Blast Zone actually helps deal with Tarmogoyf.
Oh, Hall of Storm Giants. Well, at least we got Field of Ruin for that. I would say let's put something on. Now this could backfire, but I think we've seen Tarmogoyf, so we know. So we gotta watch out for. Well, let's give this Deuterino to the 4. Yeah, still not enough. Let's give this Deuterino a chance. Shall we? Counterspell. Alrighty. Well, I mean, why not? Oh yeah, I guess I can't crack the blast zone just yet. Why didn't they take up or anything? I don't know if I get that. Oh, because they're running 6. Well, let's do this on a Hall of Storm Giants. Let's see here. Okay, well that's freaking annoying, but that's what it is. And we got a Field of Ruin that. I say let's just do this now. Alrighty. This is effectively like gaining 2 life. Alrighty. They didn't play Jace the Mount Sculptor. So this might get put or something, but it is what it is.
I do not want to get one-shotted by Hollow Storm Giants. Alright, that is what it is. Ready? Okay. Cool story, bro. Hopefully they can't. I don't have double bolt in their hand. Because I forgot about Power Spell. Maybe I shouldn't take so much damage. I don't know. I don't know. We'll leave Ratchet Bomb at 2, shall we? We can take it up. I'll leave it at 2. Okay, well, we have turn with. Let's see if this continues. Drawing out counter spells. I could bring back Turok. Why did they not cryptic the Lurrus? A little mysterious. I'm gonna obviously Pirate Spell on the Lurrus. We got a Ratchet Bomb on 2. And a little Blast Zone on 2. So we should be okay.
Uh-oh, so yeah. Got Menace. Okay. Alright, well that was a bit drawn out, but we finally took it down. In a 2-man, no less, finally, okay. Cool. Okay, match, I mean, so now we have the, Obosh Lurrus, the mono black Obosh deck. Let's see. Alak, mono black Obosh. Alright, let's go. Okay. And yes, I think if we're playing Obosh, I think Conjurer's Bauble is just one of the better, cards like right here. I mean, it's just an easy cycle. I like it. Helps us hit land drops. Good stuff. Do in fact like it. Yay. Let's see here. It's just good. 1 mana, draw a card artifact. We can bring it back with Lurruses that we randomly draw. Okay. Okay, let's do this. Kashum. Let's see, Ghostly Prison. This looks like a land destruction type of deck. And 6 Pillage, Ghostly Prison. Iron 6 isn't too bad. We can actually Murderous Ride that. I actually don't like the idea of Ghostly Prison. Or maybe Pillage. Yeah, Pillage is going to be annoying. Pillage will be freaking annoying. I should have picked Ghostly Prison. I don't know. We'll see. He didn't even have enough red mana to play that. Alrighty. Alright, let's see. Okay. Acidic line seems like no biggie. Oh, I don't have to pay 2. I didn't realize that. So we didn't have to pay 4 life, but it's okay. Another in 6. Okay, fine. I could use this on this, but I want to swift end the ring in 6 first. Let's do this. So they put themselves back on mana for Acidic Slime, and they're not going to be able to get that back. Actually, we can put Obosh to hand and play it next turn, not bad. Alrighty. Our good pal Obosh, now helping out in black. What a pal. Such a pal in mono red. It's willing to lend a helping hand here in mono black. Okay, well, hopefully I don't know, I'll just run back the original list. Really not sure. Alrighty.
Alright, let's Inquisition. Let's get Inquisitive. Well, I guess we only have one choice there. This is Acidic Slime, so that is what it is, as we say. So this is definitely a land destruction type of deck. Okay. I could play this again, but let's just do this. Draw a card. Do that. Yeah, I mean, we could try Duress, but let's try to draw a card on curve. We can start discarding cards or Renin sixing. Collector Oof. Alright, not bad. I want a downtick with Liliana, but I think I need to Murderous Ride first, because I don't want them to downtick. Oh, with Renin 6. Okay, we have the wherewithal to deal with both. Don't worry. Now, hopefully they didn't draw. No, they didn't get 2 acidic slimes, so this should be okay. Okay. Boom. I guess we will dismember. Or we'll just play this, actually. Yeah, let's just play this. It's not as cool, but it's more mana efficient, and well, we can start ticking up. Yeah, I think we need to start ticking up Liliana. We can't accept these acidic slimes. Well, I mean, I must be missing something. I accept full responsibility. Okay? Sorry for the lack of respect, opponent, but we make mistakes sometimes. I have to take care of these acidic slimes. Alright, acidic slime comes out. It is what it is. At least we got some value out of one uptick. Alright, well, yeah, I think we kind of had this one under control, but we'll see. I mean, I guess, you know, that's just that. Alright, you know, little anticlimactic way to cap things off, but alright, cool stuff. Actually, I don't know. Actually, you know, I don't necessarily have a set order in mind. I might actually start off with this one. Nah, this is probably how I'm going to cap it off. Alright, cool stuff. Okay. Well, hope you all enjoyed this. Obviously, I can't quite, I don't think I can quite give a recap of like every single match that we had. But yeah, I mean, I hope you all enjoyed. You know, if you like the taste of what each of these decks has to offer, you know, check out both my channels, Magic Matt and MHayashi Gaming. This one's probably going to be on Magic Matt because that generally has my shout out videos. So yeah, hope you all enjoyed. Hope it's hope it's been good. And yeah, until next time, yeah, take care. Take care, everybody. And yeah, looking forward to more monocolor madness, for many more for many more monocolored madness leagues and matches. So, all right, take care, everybody.